My guest for today's show is legendary David Icke, writer and public speaker, investigator of conspiracies. Hello, David.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for finding time for us and giving this interview for the show Hallo, Kosmos in Radio 2 in Estonian public broadcasting. There are tons of questions I want to ask from you, but as the tradition goes, let's start from opening section, which is called Your Story. Please tell us a bit about yourself. How did a footballer and sports presenter become one of the most fluent of conspiracy writers, as Michael Barkun, Professor Emeritus of Political Science, has said? Also, it would be interesting to hear about the most significant events, people, triggers and teachers on your development journey. For example, the awakening through the messages of psychic healer Betty Shine, the mystical Kundalini experience in Peru, the turquoise period. How did you deal with ridiculing and media crucifixion? How all that turned into popularity, and how all that has led you to the place where you are today? And what is this place exactly?
So this program's going to be 3 days long, is it? Because there's so much in there. I've lived quite a few lives in one, really. I was born in a place called Leicester in the English Midlands in 1952 in what we call a working class background. In fact, put it in simple terms, we were skint. We're living from week to week. And I grew up in a poor background, but because everyone around me was poor, I didn't realise I was poor. It was all right to me. But I always had this feeling. It's really funny because even when I was a little boy, that I had something to do. And when I became quite good at football, I thought maybe it was that. I was going to be a footballer. And again, my life has been, when I look back at it, if you can imagine walking through a maze and some hidden force is opening and closing the doors, and you keep going down different channels of the maze, and you think you're going in another direction, and then suddenly that door closes and this one opens, and now you go in here. This has been happening to me all my life when I look back. So it was a series of extraordinary coincidences which led me to be a professional footballer. It's a long story in itself. But I eventually joined a football club called Coventry City, and 6 months after I joined, my left knee swelled up for no apparent reason. And over the next few years, to the age of 18, 19, 20, joint after joint followed. And I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis and told that my football career was finished or I'd be in a wheelchair. But I carried on playing because I didn't know anything else at the time. And I played for another team which very successfully. And what people didn't know is that every morning I was in agony when I was doing the training and particularly the warm-up before the training. I was in agony, but I wasn't telling anybody because otherwise, they'd have got another goalkeeper, which is the position I played. And then we had a really successful season, and towards the end of that season, like the last 2 months, suddenly the pain went, and I thought, whoa, I've cracked it, and I was looking forward to the next season. And then one day during the summer, I woke up one morning. Even before that, before I'd gone to bed, I remember I was standing there, just about to get into bed, and I looked down at my left knee, which had been swollen since I was 15, and the swelling had gone, and I thought, yes! And I woke up the next morning, and you're in that kind of half sleep, kind of half here and half there, and I realised I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. My body was stiff, and I'm trying to gasp a breath. My wife Linda's lying next to me, and I'm trying to knock her to alert her. I can't move. And then eventually I coughed a breath, and at that point every joint in my body was agony, and I never played football again. Football career was finished. And my father always said to me, you're never finished in life until you sit down in a chair and tell yourself you're finished. Until that point, you're never finished. So my philosophy has always been, okay, if that's gone and I can't do that now, what else? And I'd always wanted to be a journalist, even for when I was a little boy. And again, a long story short, because I haven't passed an exam in my life. I left school at 15 to be a footballer. I never went to university, thank you God. And so I've done all my own education. And I got a job on a tiny weekly paper that was just about read by the people that wrote it, because people were saying, well, what university did you go to? But once I got into journalism, no one asked me about qualifications anymore, and I went through pretty rapidly to the BBC and working in news and then sport. And the funny thing was, at the lowest point when my football career ended, I thought, what am I going to do now? I thought, I want to be the presenter of a major sports program in those days on the BBC called Grandstand. Ran for about 4 or 5 hours. And eventually I got to the BBC and fronted Grandstand. And all those years later, I became a television presenter on many major programs for about 10 years. But the funny thing was, once I fronted Grandstand and, you know, that ambition in the lowest part of my younger life when my football career ended, I lost interest in it. And I started to get more and more interested in other things, like I got involved in the environmental movement. And I joined the Green Party here on the Isle of Wight. And again, doors opening, doors closing, doors opening. 8 weeks after I joined the Green Party, I was a national spokesman for the British Green Party. That story alone is extraordinary, the way it happened. So I'm now a politician, if you can call me that, and all this, what all this was doing when I look back, was giving me experience of all the areas that I now write about, so I could see them from the inside, not just from a distance. And funnily enough, we are sitting in this flat. This building may look quite old, but actually it's relatively new. And what happened when I got involved in the environmental movement, particularly on the Isle of Wight, was that we were trying to stop, you know, lovely old areas being destroyed by modern, you know, pen and ruler developments. And we campaigned to have this building, which was once old when it was pulled down, built as it was before, right? Now, the reason I tell you that story is because it was during that campaigning that I realized, this is kind of mid-80s, that the Isle of Wight was run by Freemasons. That's when I started to get an inkling, right at the start, hey, hold up. I thought politicians were supposed to run this place. But this is one of the, you're sitting in one of the most virulent Freemasonic areas possibly in the world. I mean, there was one book that estimated about 1 in 10 of the male population is a Freemason, from that part of the male population that the Freemasons would want. So it was that, again, started me off, and I started to think, well, who does run the world? And it started that process. And then I realized politics was a waste of time, and I was getting disillusioned with that, but that's when everything happened. At this point, we're now in 1989. During that year, when I was in a room alone, it felt like I wasn't alone. And it got more and more powerful and more tangible until one day it would be early 1990 probably. I'm sitting in a hotel room in London, the Kensington Hilton, working for the BBC, which was just down the road. And this presence in the room had got so tangible, it was so there, that I sat on the side of the bed and I said, if there's something there, would you please contact me, because you're driving me up the wall. Days later, I'm a few minutes from where we're talking with my son, Gareth, who's a little boy then, but he's a big singer-songwriter now. And we went just down the seafront from here, about 5 minutes walk. There's a newsagent, sells newspapers and books, right on the railway station. And I went down there with my son. We were going to have some lunch in the little cafe on the station. It's not there anymore. But a railway worker came up to me and started talking to me about football, because I was still presenting football for the BBC then, and sport. And we had a chat with him, and then I realised when it was over that Gareth wasn't there. Jamie's my other son. And so I knew he'd be in the shop looking at books and stuff. So I walked in, and he was there reading books. He likes steam trains like I do. You can see from the pictures on the wall. And I said to him, "Come on, Gaz, we'll go up to town and get some lunch," because the cafe was packed with people. And as I turned to move, my feet wouldn't move; they were just stuck to the ground, and they started to burn like there was magnets pulling them to the ground. And I was kind of stood there in bewilderment. What's going on? And then it wasn't a voice, but it was a very strong thought form that went through my mind, which just said, "Go and look at the books on the far side. Go and look at the books on the far side." I knew that newsagent very well. And the books on the far side were all romantic novels, what used to be called in those days Mills and Boon and stuff. And so I go over, completely bewildered what's going on. And in among the books was one that stood out in among the romantic novels. And it was a book by a lady called Betty Shine called Mind to Mind. And I picked it up because it was so different. And I turned it and read the back. and she was a psychic. And what hit me immediately was, I wonder if she'd pick up what's been happening to me with this presence. So I read the book in 24 hours, got in touch with her, went to see her, saw her 4 times. She lived near Brighton, down the coast from here. And first time nothing happened, but we had a nice kind of chat. She did the hands-on healing, because what I said to her was not, I felt this presence around me, because I mean, you know, you don't give psychics that kind of information. You don't give them any information. And you see if they're any good or not. And I just said, look, I've got the arthritis. I don't take drugs for it, never have. I wouldn't be here now if I had. And so maybe your hands-on healing would help. So I go along and get the hands-on healing. And we had a nice chat, like I say, the first one. And then the second time I went, I'm sitting on this medical type bench thing, and she's doing the hands-on healing near my left knee, actually. And suddenly I felt the atmosphere change. And then it was like there was a spider's web on my face. I felt like a spider's web was on my face. Now this struck me immediately, because I'd read in her book that when other levels of awareness, or whatever you want to call it, entities are trying to lock into you, then you sometimes feel a spider's web on your face. Now, obviously I didn't understand all that at the time, but now it's clear the spider's web feeling was an electromagnetic field. The same electromagnetic field in a crowd of people that makes the hair stand on your neck when there's great excitement. We're giving off this electromagnetic energy all the time, which becomes very relevant as the story goes on. Anyway, I didn't say anything to Betty, because I'm just sitting there with this spider's web feeling, thinking, my God, that's what she said in her book. And I'm thinking, what have you got into here? And then suddenly, no prompting from me at all, she launches her head back and she said, my God, this is powerful. I've got to close my eyes for this one. At which point, she tells me she's seeing a figure in her mind. It's just a projection, of course. There's not a person in her head. It's a projection. And she says that they're telling me to tell you, pass information to you. And I'm sitting there. At the time, I'm a BBC television presenter. I'm a national spokesman for the British Green Party. And I'm being told through Betty Shine that I'm going to go out on a world stage and reveal great secrets, that there is an enormous story that needs to be told, and that I would go out on a world stage, eventually be world famous, and face enormous opposition, but, quote, they would always be there to protect me. One of the things that came through was one man cannot change the world, but one man can communicate the message that can change the world. And, you know, I'm kind of dumbstruck, as you would be. I mean, what's going on? But something in here, not so much even in here, but something in here said, go with this, go with this, go with this. So I went with it. And things, and so the other thing, another very, very relevant thing that was said at that time, it was said that I would be led to knowledge, and at other times knowledge would be put into my mind. Well, if anything's ever been said that's true, then it was that. Because from that time, I started this synchronistic life of walking into people, documents, books, personal experiences that were giving me pieces in a puzzle. And in the order, not always exactly the order, but pretty much in the order that made it easiest to see where they went. And what has happened since that time, it's like when you're doing a jigsaw puzzle. You've got all the puzzle pieces everywhere. And then you start to put, especially if you've got the puzzle, but you haven't got the picture, which is what was the case with me. But you put it in, you think, well, that fits. I know that fits to that. Where's that go? Well, maybe that fits. And suddenly it gets bigger. And as it gets bigger, you start to see what it is. And then you can do that to the pieces, which I can now, because you know what you're dealing with. And it was all based in that first initial period from 1990 through to maybe the mid-90s. It was all based on the fact that a few people run the world. They are not the people we think they are. They're not the people overwhelmingly that we see, and that they are connected to a bloodline, a specific genetics. What then happened after the Betty Shine experience, in the year of 1990, it was in March 1990 I met her, I started writing a book called Truth Vibrations, which was about my experiences. But then, towards the end of 1990, suddenly the name Peru was coming at me from all directions. And I'd never really thought about Peru. I saw them playing the World Cup on the television once. That was about it. And I met this other psychic. I didn't go looking for psychics. I just kind of bumped into them in this period. Not now, but then, in that initial period, I met loads of them. And this one said, have you ever thought of going to Peru? I thought, God, Peru? Not again. So anyway, in February 1991, I get on a plane to Peru, not even knowing why I'm going there. Just this urge, I've got to go to Peru. Again, we could do a whole program on what happened there, but I'll keep it short. What happened is that I met a Peruvian guide through another series of coincidences who took me around Peru. And in 3 weeks, my life was changed. And it all led to when I say Peruvian guide, he wasn't a spiritual guide. He was just taking me to places, logistically. But what I was experiencing was changing my life. And I ended up at a place called Siustani, which is near Puno, just on the shores of Lake Titicaca, the highest navigable lake in the world, about 13,000 feet. And this guide had booked us in this hotel called the Siustani. It's why I've ever heard of it. There's pictures of this place, and Siustani is like an ancient ruin where the Incas were involved in, but it goes back further. And I'm looking at these pictures of this place, and I said to the guide, I want to go there. Very difficult to go there. It turns out it wasn't, but he made a few quid out of the fact that it seemed to be difficult. Anyway, I hired this little minibus with windows in the side, and we headed out, just me, the driver, the guide, and me. And we headed out to Siustani, and it was beautiful. It was a clear blue sky, beautiful place on a hill with a lagoon on three sides. And I had an hour walking around the ruins, and it was lovely. But when I finished, I thought, what I've experienced does not match the urge I had to be here. So I get back to the bus, and I'm thinking, well, it was nice, but what was the big deal? So we get in the bus, about 3 minutes down the road. I'm looking out the window, daydreaming, not thinking of anything, and I saw this hill. And as I'm looking at the hill, as we're on the way back to Puno, I looked at it, and all I could hear in my mind was, come to me, come to me, come to me, come to me. And I'm thinking, the bloody hill's talking to me now. So I said to the guy, can you stop the bus a minute? I'm going up that hill, or mound, as it seemed to me from my angle. And so I got out and went up, not knowing what I was going to find. And when I got up there was loads of stones, and they were in a kind of a circle. And I walked into the middle, and I looked back across to Siustani, just across the way. And I got the feet again, only this time, many times, my feet started to burn and get pulled into the ground. And then I felt like a drill going in the top of my head and through my body to the ground, and another one coming the other way. And then my arms went out like that at 45 degrees. I never made any decision to do that. They just went there. And what I heard passing through my mind, because this energy was now starting to build and starting to shake a bit, what went through my head was, first of all, they will be talking about this 100 years from now. And I'm thinking, what? Talking about what? And the second thing was, it will be over when you feel the rain. And it was a cloudless Peruvian sky. So at that point, you're thinking, right, whatever's happened, I've gone somewhere, and I don't know where I've gone, but it's very strange. And what happened to the world I used to live in? I mean, you're there on a hill in Peru. What's going on? But what happened was that the energy got more and more powerful. And when you drive in a car and you're driving and you're daydreaming and you lose where the last 2 miles gone. Your subconscious has been driving the car. Well, it went like that. And one of these times I came back, because the whole experience took about 45 minutes to an hour, although I went into a place of no time in that period. When I came back to conscious awareness at one point, I'm shaking with this energy, but I saw that over the distant mountains there was a light grey mist. And then it got darker very quickly. And then this storm starts coming out of these mountains. And, we're talking stair rod rain started to come towards me. It was like a wall of water. I mean, if you put this scene into a movie, they would say, that is far-fetched, that's ridiculous. That's what it was like. And by the time the wall of waters hit me, then I'm shaking all over the place with this energy, and then the wall of water hit me, and I was immediately drenched. It was so powerful. And at the point I got hit by the rain, the energy stopped. And then I'm standing there exhausted. My legs are just hardly stand. My arms, which I couldn't feel for all that period, now my shoulders are agony and all the rest of it. Then this energy pouring out my hands and feet. And again, a long story short, I came back to England just before my book, The Truth Vibrations, came out. And by this time, I don't know where I am. I can only describe it like this. You're living in a bubble of reality when infinite reality lies beyond it, but you're only aware of the bubble. And then someone comes along and puts a pin in the bubble out of nowhere. And then suddenly infinity starts to pour in to your conscious awareness. And I had concepts, information pouring into my conscious mind after Peru. And it was like pressing too many keys on a computer. The computer can't process the information and it freezes. And basically that's what happened to me. And for 3 months, I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what was going on in my life. And it was in that period I went onto primetime television chat shows to talk about what was happening to me. And frankly, I didn't know what was happening to me. And from that coverage, I started to live a life in which I could not walk down any street in Britain without being subject to ridicule. A television comedian only had to say my name to get a laugh, didn't need a joke. And after about 3 months, it was like the computer unfroze. And suddenly, everything made sense. Well, not everything, but what was happening to me made sense. And people were saying to me, David, I thought they said you'd gone mad, you're the same man I used to know. And I was outwardly, but not inwardly. Inwardly, I was seeing things and how they connected that I hadn't seen before. The world looked totally different. And what the mass ridicule did was absolutely vital, because unpleasant as it was, it released me from the prison that most people live in, which is the fear of what other people think. When you see where I've gone since and the kind of things I've been talking about, if I had not gone through a process of deleting any concern for what people thought of me, there is no way I would be talking about those things that I'm talking and writing about now and since. Because I'd think, well, what are people going to think? Well, I don't care. I care what's happening. I care about uncovering the truth, not what people think of me. I don't want a statue. I want the truth. So that was absolutely vital to me, but it was a nightmare to experience. And it is an amazing thing. If what you say has any validity, then it will eventually be shown to be so. So keep speaking your truth, no matter what's coming back at you, because that validity will eventually be shown to be so. Of course, in many people in history, it's been given validity after they've died. But that doesn't have to happen. You can get validity before. And what has happened since then is that as I've turned the information that's come to me into communication, books and talks and all the rest of it, events in the world have mirrored, some years later, what was in the books before. And this correlation between this is the plan and suddenly this is happening has transformed me from a public joke, although there are still some who haven't read my material that still believe what they read in the papers, but has turned me from a national joke to what I'm doing today. And I hope that will inspire others to speak their truth now. Because if I'd have shut up, if I'd have bowed to the pressure to go away and the power of ridicule, I would not have written and said what I did. And thus now, as these things are happening, if I was saying, yeah, I knew that was, oh, you're only saying that, but no, here's the books. That would not have been possible if I had not gone on doing it, whatever. And it's very important that if you have a truth, speak it. And if people don't like it, well, they can do the other thing. And if people don't respect your right to speak your truth instead of theirs, what do you bother what they think for anyway?
Obviously, one would like to know or thinks about where all this information you are sharing is coming from. Who are they giving you this information, knowledge you are talking about? Who and what are your main sources? Where does it all come from?
Well, there's clearly, in my experience, from those Betty Shine days, there is some kind of force that is guiding me through the maze. There's no question about it. The synchronicity in my life is ridiculous. And the information, this is something, that it's important to get across. I don't say this is happening or that is happening on the basis of one piece of information or two pieces of information. I look at the totality of it, which is why, some of my books are very, very big. It's because you have to look at the tapestry of information to see how it fits together and therefore see the picture rather than get caught into prove it to me with one piece of information. That's not the way it is, and it wouldn't be valid if you did. Because when you look across ancient texts, across modern documents, across modern experience, across the fields of science and medicine and politics, and you see the same thing everywhere and how it fits together, it's the totality that shows you it's happening. And so it's not really, one piece of information. I mean, there are some telling pieces of information in these different areas, but I wouldn't stick with that alone. It's the way the whole thing fits together, the totality of it, that is its power and is its credibility. And that has come to me from endless sources, from, like I say, walking into people who've had experiences, having my own experiences, documents, other people's research in various specific areas. And, in the end, the proof is in the unfolding of what you've said on the television news, which it is now doing. This is where the great turnabout in the way that people see me has happened. It's happened in the fact that what was in my books in the 90s is now being played out in the public arena. I mean, to me, it's almost surreal when I always have to pinch myself when I see it unfolding. And, it's not rocket science, really, in the sense that if you can uncover what the plan is for human society and nothing intervenes to change that plan, then you can pretty well predict the future in theme and sometimes in some detail, because if that's the plan that these hidden forces are wanting to introduce and nothing's intervening to stop it, then it's going to happen. And that is why what was in my books years ago is now on the television news, because we've not yet had that intervention. But the whole point of me doing what I do and others do, more and more people, it was a lonely road to walk, this information when I started out. There was virtually no one else doing it. A few people here and there around the world. Now there's masses of people doing it, and the more the merrier, I say. And why are they doing it? Because they've seen the validity, not only the validity of what was said before, but actually what is actually happening in their own lives and in their own world. And so the whole point of doing it is to reach that stage where there is intervention in this unfolding plan so it doesn't reach fruition. That's the key thing. And we are moving in that direction now. When you see some of the things that happen in the world, that to me, who've experienced this for nearly a quarter of a century, can see clearly it's a staged event and there's a cover story being told to the public to explain it. Interesting, more and more people all across the world are seeing it's a staged event. Now that is very, very significant, because we are diluting the power of the establishment, shall we say, to program human perception of events in the world. And it's through the mind, it's through the programming of perception that we have a situation where the few can control the many. A few can't control the many physically. They can do it in small areas. They can't do it over the whole world. There's not enough of them. Even they're recruiting from the target population for people in uniform and dark suits. There's still not enough of them. The way they have to do it, the way they have to play the game to control and direct the world, is to program the perception of people, the reality of people. So, for instance, if you can manipulate the perception of people to think that Osama bin Laden from a cave in Afghanistan orchestrated 9/11, then you can justify the invasion of Afghanistan, where that cave is supposed to have been, because of your manipulated perception of the population's version of reality. And, I've just finished a new book, which is going to come out this year, 2013. And it's like a compendium of all the information I've come across, all the major information. And the title says it all. It's called The Perception Deception. And that's what's happening in the world. It's the deception of human perception. And one of the key ways, the foundation way that this has to be done, which brings a whole panorama of different things into view, is they have to suppress humanity's perception of itself. It has to persuade us that we are our name, we are our job, we are our family history, we are our income bracket, we are our race, we are our culture, when they are only experiences of the true self, which is infinite, formless awareness. And by focusing people's attention, perception, upon five-sense reality alone, which is what mainstream science does, and funnily enough, in a topsy-turvy way, so does much of religion, it pulls us into the five-sense level of reality. And that is the level of experience. It's not the level of self having that experience. And thus, the more we get pulled into only purely five-sense reality, the more we get pulled into a tiny fraction of our infinite self in terms of awareness, consciousness, the more we start identifying who we are with name, race, etc. And something else. What happened to me on the hill in Peru was that my bubble burst, and so much more of my true self was allowed to come into my perception process, which is why I saw the world completely differently soon afterwards. Therefore, people that do that, and anyone can do it, this is not David Icke, guru, sitting cross-legged on a mountain. Look, I'm just doing what anyone can do. Anyone. It's just a choice. And when you have that filter, you can look at five-sense information, what you see on the television and hear on the radio and read in the newspapers, what politicians say in their speeches, but you have another point of perception on which to decide what you think of it. But when you're pulled into the five senses almost entirely, then you don't have that filter. So the only place you can look to get a fix on the world that you're experiencing is there. And what comes back at you is the mainstream media, mainstream science, mainstream medicine, mainstream politics, mainstream media. And as I show in my books, all those mainstreams are one mainstream under different names. And it's called a global conspiracy to enslave the mass of humanity. So this is why the spiritual, the expansion of awareness, the understanding of the true self, and the minute detail of how the world is manipulated in terms of banking and politics and all the rest of it, these are fundamentally connected. And you can only understand one by being aware of the other. And what I see is a mainstream of society, mainstream media, shall we say, take an example. And then I see the mainstream alternative society, which thinks it's alternative. And so you'll get a lot of the conspiracy research is dominated, particularly in the United States, by people who have a fierce belief in the Christian religion, and in the wider conspiracy research arena, by people that look to science, mainstream science, as the arbiter of what is credible or not credible, possible or impossible. So they're looking, because religion is another mainstream. Mainstream we call religion is connected to all these other mainstreams. It means that although they are alternative in the sense that they'll say, yes, there is a conspiracy going on and this is manipulated and that's manipulated, they're still looking for their fix on the world at the very mainstream which is responsible for the conspiracy. Same with religion. And you have people who think they're alternative because they're environmentalists, or think they're alternative because they do alternative health. And they are, but what are they? They're kind of alternatives to part of the mainstream in terms of alternative health. But you'll get people in alternative health who think that they are alternative to the system, who will reject any idea that there's a conspiracy. Oh no, they'd never do that. They are doing it. They've been doing it for centuries. And then you get the environmental people who think they're alternative to the non-environmental levels of society. But they are pressing things like the gigantic lie about human-caused global warming, which is one of the great justifications for the transformation of human society by the conspiracy. So when you come through that and you come into the real alternative to the mainstream, you're looking at people whose minds are wide open to all possibility. Not that say, oh yeah, if he says it, I'll believe it, or if she says it, I'll believe it. No, you are questioning, but you are not reflex action rejecting something on the basis of it sounds far out. You're allowing it to have its say. And what happens when you do that is realize that actually what appears to be far out, if you put other dots together, is perfectly logical, far more logical than the society we live in. And that real alternative was summed up by what the ancient Greek philosopher Socrates is supposed to have said, which is, wisdom is knowing how little we know. When you have that, and you refuse to have possibility censored by preconceived idea, which is what we call belief, religious belief, scientific belief, cultural belief, racial belief, and you let the information be your guide rather than preconceived idea, then the great vista of the world and reality opens up. But until that point, you're still clinging on to the system, and that's what so many areas of so-called alternative culture are doing. They're offshoots, they're sub-realities of the mainstream. They're not a new reality.
Before we dig into the global conspiracy and talk about that in great detail, I would like to get a picture about the big picture and then work it down into the details during the show. People who are familiar with your work know that you have quite radical ideas, which for regular folks are quite hard to fit into the ways of people perceive the world and truth and humans in between all this. What is your opinion how all this we are living, sensing, experiencing came to be? If all this is an illusion or hologram, then how was it created, and by who, and why? What is the purpose of it all? Are we talking about happenings in our universe, or do we operate in bigger scales with multiverse and other dimensions? So please enlighten us about the origins of existence and the nature of life.
Well, in the end, everything is the same consciousness, but it's not all the same level of awareness. So if you are focused, for instance, on the five senses alone, you still have a form of consciousness. But then there is the totality of this, what I call all that is, infinite awareness, infinite possibility, which understands everything that has been, can be, and ever will be. And, you know, people, when you hear things like the all that is, all that has been, can be, and ever can be, people say that's impossible.
Or they say it's God.
People have to give names to things. I call it the force with no name, but it's which again is a name in a way. But we have to deal with language. It just is. It's an isness. It's a state of awareness, a state of infinite awareness. When you talk about something that has been, is, and everything that ever can be, people think that's impossible. But what am I saying? I'm saying two words: all possibility. That's what it is. It is an infinite awareness within which there is all possibility. So when people talk about something that is and isn't, something that's everywhere and nowhere, that's impossible. But it can't be impossible, because within all possibility, there has to be an everywhere and nowhere. There has to be a can and can't. There has to be all possibility. This is the concept that the human mind finds it very, very difficult to perceive, because particularly the left side of the brain, it wants structure, it wants everything in its place, when in fact we're dealing with all possibility. So within all possibility, there is all possible states of being, all possible states of awareness, all possible states of motivation. So within all possibility has to exist in some form this term we call evil, which I think is quite appropriate, because if you turn evil around and spell it the other way in English, it becomes live or life. And evil is basically anti-life in a way, in fact more than in a way, for reasons I'm sure we'll get to. So within our area of possibility, we live in what we call a universe, which is nothing more than a range of frequency which people perceive. But for me, the universe we're in is not the universe we're experiencing. We're experiencing a fake version of it. And I go into this in great detail, because you can, in the perception deception, because this is the foundation of the perception deception. And the reason that it has gone so long not being uncovered is because of the range of things that people need to appreciate before you can connect the dots and see, A, that it is happening, and B, how the heck is it happening? And both can be explained. But it's just this kind of range of subjects that people need just to have an appreciation of. So when you're stuck in just the 5 sense perception of reality, one of the things that is your absolute foundation perception is this world is solid. That's what it feels like. That's where we experience it. But when you get into the depth of quantum physics, below the level of the atom, you realize it can't be solid. It's ridiculous that anyone can say it's solid when you look at what we already know. If you look at an atom, which is supposed to be, according to mainstream science, the building blocks of the physical world, they're empty. They have no solidity. They are a nucleus with all the electrons and stuff going round. And even when you get deeper into the electrons of the nucleus, they're empty as well. Someone said brilliantly that if you take an atom to be the size of a cathedral, then the nucleus in the center is about the size of a 10-cent piece, right? So even on that level, there's nothing in it. So how can that be solid? It can't be. It's an illusion, but it's a decoded illusion. And this is what we need, I would suggest, to understand about reality before we can understand how and why we are currently experiencing a collective fake reality. The foundation of our reality is not solid. There is no solid. It is the information field, information fields. And we are now at the point in the development of human technology which makes the job of people like me much easier, because we have the tools for the analogies. And the greatest analogy I can give you for this field is the wireless internet. You know, I don't have the wireless internet, but I don't know, downstairs may do, I don't know. But if it was in this room, where is it? I can't see it. No one can see it. But you get a computer and you tune it into the wireless internet, and out of nowhere, out of the unseen, on the screen comes a global, worldwide reality that people in Australia and Estonia and America and Britain and everywhere can tune into the same collective reality. And all that's happening is the collective reality on an energetic information field level is being decoded by the computer onto the screen as a reality that seems very real and very solid, and yet it's just information being decoded. You take a computer disk and you put it in the computer. What is the disk? It's just information in waveform, basically. You put the disk in, this laser reads it, and up on the screen doesn't come, wavy lines like the disk. Up comes graphics and pictures and moving pictures and people talking, right? Now, this, what we call human body, is what I've been calling for ages and ages, years and years, a biological computer. It is a very, very advanced version of a computer that we know. And what it's doing, not just through the brain, but through the whole genetic structure, DNA and all the rest of it, is it is taking waveform information and it is turning it through the five senses into the electrical, same information, different form, which is transmitted to the brain, and the brain then constructs that reality into holographic digital reality, which we call and believe is the physical world. So we're looking into this room and it seems that, the wall is some way away, and yet it all exists in a little area of the brain, a few centimeters really of the brain, which is decoding visual reality. And this is mainstream science. This is the thing about mainstream science, is that it's got so many disciplines all over the place that not only don't talk to each other, but actually compete with each other for prominence and funding. And yet, if you take the bits from the different areas, they've already got the information to see this. They're just not putting it together. So you look at what the body is doing. It is taking this information in a waveform. It's putting it into an electrical form. This is all mainstream science. And then it's being decoded into this reality we think is outside of us and we think is solid and we think it's real. And again, this is mainstream science. Every second, we are taking in, I think it's 10 million or 11 million, what they call impressions of reality. Boom, boom, boom. Incredibly fast. Mainstream science again. The brain takes 40 of that 10, 11 million impressions to construct the reality we think we're experiencing. And so even on that mainstream level, we can pontificate on reality and what it is and what it isn't and all the rest of it when that's all we can see. Something else. When people look out into the world, they think they're seeing everything in the space that they're looking at. No, no, no. They're seeing hardly anything in the space they're looking at. In fact, the space doesn't exist, just like time. But anyway, what we're doing, mainstream science again, is of what exists, they say, in the universe, in mass and matter and energy. We are seeing within the electromagnetic spectrum about 0.005% of it. Some say it's higher, but not by much. That electromagnetic spectrum is not even, given that narrowness of what it represents, that's not even what we can see. Humans can see a narrow band of the electromagnetic spectrum called visible light. Anything out of that we can't see. So here we are. Let's do a reprise here. We're sitting here seeing a tiny fraction of the 0.005% of something that exists in the entirety of what they say exists in the universe. And humans are pontificating about what is and bloody isn't, and what's possible and not possible. Someone brilliantly said, humans are basically blind. We can hardly see anything. And yet, existence of other entities. Oh, you're talking about little green men, aren't you? You're mad. They go, they go like that. I know everything that's going on, I do. Little green men, you're mad. What? I mean, it's like deep breath, bit of humility, Socrates, wisdom is knowing how little we know. Right, let's just have a look at this again, shall we? And so that is what we're looking at. Now, if you have a reality that is being created by information being received, which you then turn into this holographic reality, then if something can hack into that information field that you're being fed, then you will then start to decode into your perceived reality a reality that ain't like the one you would be experiencing had the hack not taken place. And so when you look at the Matrix movies and the way they portrayed people living in a world that wasn't real but they thought it was, that's what we live in. And it's not even the universe as it is, or the reality as it is. When people have near-death experiences, when they leave the body, they talk about having a massive expansion of awareness. Many, they say, you can see the past, present, and future at the same time. You have multiple levels of awareness. Why? Because that awareness that has its attention focused into this tiny frequency band called visible light, biological body computer, when it's released from the computer, suddenly it's not got that same focus anymore. So it can expand and experience and perceive vast tracts of reality that this focus prevents it doing so, this lens prevents it doing so. This is why people who have near-death experiences, and my goodness me, millions and millions have had them, it's reported them now, they experience a completely different reality. There's a doctor, it's a very, very interesting story, a very significant story. There's a doctor, he's a neurosurgeon called Ibn Alexander, American. And he was a classic science, this world is all there is, solid science, solid world guy. And then he quote, died for about 7 days. His brain was in a state of being poisoned by E. coli meningitis, I think it was, to the point where only the most primitive part of his brain was functioning, which is the only reason he stayed alive. And he should not have stayed alive, and if he did, he should have been what we call a vegetable when he came back, but he wasn't. And even those parts of the brain that mainstream scientists, clinging on to their belief system, say generate the illusion of near-death experiences, they had shut down as well. And he goes off. And he finds himself, he's written a book which became a bestseller in America and around the world about his experiences. And he found himself, first of all, in this dark, horrible world where he said reptilian entities were pushing past him, and it was really classic kind of, fires of hell type place. It was just like mud and heat and all the rest of it. And he was in basically a zombie state where he had no memory of the past, where he'd just come out of or anything. And then this light came and led him out. And when he got out of this, what is just a frequency range really, which he called the earthworm's eye view, he called it, because it was all the mud and stuff that was there. He experienced a completely new, different earth, where it was kind of like this, but everything was completely different in terms of joy. There was no what we call evil. There was no conflict. It was just a wonderful, wonderful place to be. And all the colors were much brighter and much more vibrant. And I suggest, I go into this in detail in this new book, that what he experienced with that earth, that is the reality that's been hacked. And that worm's eye view world, that's where it's been hacked from. And one of the things that he experienced, and I'm only quoting him as an example, I've come across this same description of this world so many times over the years. It's a world that feeds off death, it feeds off fear, and it feeds off all low vibrational emotion, all of which is connected to fear anyway. And it has generated this fake reality, which is just a fake information field. And it has structured human society to create maximum death, maximum suffering, maximum fear, maximum low vibrational emotion, because they feed off it. It is their food, it is their energy, it is their source of power. And when you again, this is why it's so important that your range of research is vast. When you look at ancient cultures around the world, they're all talking about it. It's in your face. These entities that operate out of this world of death, shall we say, which is where all the ideas and the legends of hell and all this come from, they are in their prime state energy. They can take form, and they can, what is known as possess form, that is already occupied, if you follow me. But their basic form is energy. And the religions talk about them. Christianity calls these entities demons. Islam calls these entities jinn, and talks about them being made from smokeless fire. The Gnostic people, particularly those that lived in Egypt and were responsible for the great library at Alexandria, that great library of ancient knowledge which was destroyed by the Roman Church. And the Cathars in southern France were another expression of this Gnostic train of understanding of knowledge. They understood, and they knew this. In 1945, a glass jar was found in Egypt, a place called Nag Hammadi. And in there were writings from the Gnostics that were probably went back to about 100 AD when they were actually written. They were probably, hidden there about 400. And so they've not gone through the censorship rewriting process that the texts we call the Bible have gone through to suit the authorities of the time. And 1/5 of these writings are about a force they call the archons. And how they describe the archons is precisely the same way as the Islamic jinn. In fact, the jinn are pre-Islamic. The Islamic religion just picked them up. Then you look around the world at others, like in Central America, shaman there talk about what they call the flyers. The Zulus talk about something called the Chitahuri. And these different names are describing the same thing. And what these Gnostic writings all those years ago say are the archons manipulate this world through what they called fantasia, virtual reality, manipulation of virtual reality. That they are parasites that have no ability for creativity, but they do have a wonderful ability for manipulating other people to use their creativity to suit the demands of the archons. They also talk about, many of these people talk about the interbreeding, the creation of a hybrid bloodline, a hybrid race, part archon, or whatever name they use in the different cultures for them. I'll use archons to keep it simple. Part archon, part human. And these archon-human hybrid bloodlines are the ones that became known in the ancient world as royal and aristocratic, the bloodlines of the gods. And as I show in my books, and other people's research has done too, these are the bloodlines that became the ancient emperors, the ancient royal families. And as they came through history, there came a point, some of them still, like the British royal family, unfortunately, still continue to do what they do. But anyway, most of them went into the dark suit professions of politics, of banking, of business, of all the rest of it. When the point came where that in-your-face dictatorship by royal bloodline was being rejected and rejected more and more by people, they went underground, and now they show themselves as presidents, prime ministers, CEOs of banking operations, etc., etc. And they have been pushing the world in a certain direction that suits this archon agenda ever since. Because you've got these archon entities that operate in their reality, outside of human reality, outside of what we can see. And inside our reality are these hybrid bloodlines that are operating on their behalf. So if you symbolize our reality like this, when scientists are dealing with something that's too dangerous to touch, that something will go into a glass case or something, and they'll put their hands into the gloves and operate inside. If you take the scientist outside the tank to be this archontic force, you take the tank to be our reality, and you take the gloves to be these bloodlines manipulating inside. That's the dynamic we're looking at. And if you look at what these bloodlines do, and my goodness me, look at the 20th century and the first part of this century alone, they are constantly playing humans off against humans in wars, in conflicts. They're constantly creating situations to cause human suffering, deprivation, fear, emotional stress. And what are they doing? They're producing the very stuff which these archontic entities feed off. And this is another interesting area which I went into in some detail at the event I did at the Wembley Arena in 2012, and I've gone into it in this new book in great detail. What the Gnostics said about the archons, and this is why if you look at these Gnostic people, be it the ones around in Egypt or the Cathars in southern France, whenever they got to any prominence with their beliefs on all this, in came the Roman Church and slaughtered them. I mean, they really don't want this information out. And all the way through the centuries they haven't, for obvious reasons. And what the Gnostics said about the archons is that the archons were like an army of entities serving something they called the demiurge. And they relate, in Gnostic writing, they relate the demiurge to the devil or Satan, but also to the Old Testament God. Now, if you look at the personality and character and the bloodthirsty nature of the Old Testament God, then you're looking at what the Gnostics were talking about and what I'm talking about in terms of where these entities are coming from. You look at the Old Testament God, and it was kind of war and suffering and demands and all the rest of it, pestilence. I mean, look at it. And because Christianity is an offshoot of that, the New Testament we call Christianity. It talks about a loving God and all the rest of it. It's so different to the Old Testament God. Well, actually, they're two different concepts. That's why. They're not the same bloody, quote, God. But also, because the Christianity came out of it, they were lumbered with the Old Testament as well. So ever since, they've been trying to equate these two things when they're not the same. And so when you look into the background and the history of major religions like Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, and all the rest of it, what they're worshipping is the same God, but it ain't the God they think they're worshipping. It's this force. And what I've shown in this new book in some detail is that what the secret societies are worshipping, like the Freemasons worship the great architect. Yes, the great architect of the universe, they call him. Yes, what is this universe that we think we're experiencing? It is a fake reality. So yes, it is the great architect, but the great architect of the fake matrix that we're experiencing. So the Freemasons and the secret societies are worshipping the great architect. Satanists are worshipping the devil, Satan, the demiurge. And these rituals are interacting with that force. It's what they're doing. It's what they're sacrificing to the gods. Think about it. Why would you sacrifice to a god? Why has it been going on for thousands of years? Because the sacrifice and the terror of the person being sacrificed is producing the energy in which they are feeding. This is a sacrifice to the gods. And then you've got the religions who are also worshipping the same force under the name God. And it's interesting, what the Gnostic writings talk about in terms of the archons is everything is an inversion. They invert everything. So you worship a God, a loving God, which is actually something that's focused on death. And you see the inversion everywhere. We're gonna pepper bomb Libya to protect the civilians we're pepper bombing from violence. Everywhere, inversion. What does the education system do? It destroys and suppresses knowledge. What does the media do that's supposed to inform us? It suppresses and censors knowledge. Everything's inverted. What does medicine do? The treatment is the biggest killer in America today. The biggest killer is the treatment. They're supposed to be making people healthy. Everything's an inversion. Vaccinations to protect people from disease. What do? They destroy the immune system and open people to more disease. The whole of our society is inverted because of this force that's behind it. So what is happening? This is interesting. I think this is very close to the truth from my other research too. Is these Gnostic writings found in Egypt in 45, they talk about the fact that the Archons demiurge took a copy of the universe as it is, but it was a bad copy. And so when we were first hacked, or humanity was first hacked, and we started, because this is another area as well, there's so many things flying around. Another classic common theme in the ancient world, that these gods interbred with humanity and changed our genetics. You know, there's a university professor, I think it's in Hawaii, who was in the news some years ago saying that from her research, she reckoned that all modern humans came from the same mother about 200,000 years ago. Whatever, this theme of genetic change is universal. That genetic change, I strongly suggest, was to tune human genetics, which is a receiver-transmitter system. Even some mainstream scientists are seeing that now. It's a receiver-transmitter system, and the frequency range it operates on dictates what it receives and transmits. Because it's transmitting on the visible light frequency, that's why all we can see is visible light reality. You change its frequency, it's going to pull something else in and not see this anymore. This is what it's like. So this genetic manipulation, I suggest, was to tune human receiver-transmitter processes into this fake matrix. Now, when we first started doing it, although it was a bad copy of the original that still exists now in the space that we're occupying, it was what Eben Alexander, the American neurosurgeon, experienced. And so many other near-death experiences do. I mean, I've never met one or read about one ever wanted to come back here. That still exists. And when we first started experiencing the bad copy, it was not desperately unlike what exists. This is the golden age that people talk about. And what they've done ever since is work to change the bad copy, to make it closer and closer and closer and closer to the world that they experience and they inhabit. Closer to turning it into a world not of life and vibrance and love, but one of death and suffering. And the more, because as we generate our state of being, we are generating a frequency. Love, and it can be measured technologically, love is a very fast frequency. Fear and stress is a very slow, dense frequency. What do we say when we're feeling really stressful and we say, feeling so heavy today? Yes, that is because of the density of the energy that your state of being is generating. And thus, as the world has been manipulated to become more and more about death and suffering and stress and fear, the frequency has been falling and falling and falling, and we're getting closer and closer to the Archon frequency. And I mean, this is again something I go into detail in the book, but one of the things that they feed off is what we call nuclear power, nuclear energy, radiation. This is why, as I've said in previous books, Fukushima was not an accident. It was done on purpose. This is why our world, I mean, you just look at the figures. It's unbelievable. In the last 50 years, the extent to which our world has become irradiated is extraordinary. Stunning increase in radiation. And what they're doing is they're seeking to change the atmosphere to make it more and more for them to come here. Because one of the things that's kept them away, or two things that's kept them away and made them have to work through hybrid middlemen and women, is they're on a different frequency and they can't stand our atmosphere. So they're changing our atmosphere. The chemtrails are fundamentally connected to that. Absolutely connected to that. The radiation and chemtrails have many, many things, including human health, but yes, it's all part of changing the atmosphere. Absolutely it is. And, I've been saying for so long how the House of Rothschild are fundamentally involved in this whole thing. They're fundamentally involved in this. They are incarnate archons. And the banking system, look at the banking system. Give me a name that describes the banking system, or bankers that describes them in total. Parasites. What are the banks doing? They are lending us money that doesn't exist, called credit, charging us interest on it, and if we don't manage to pay back, because of the actions of the banks that affect the economy, we don't manage to pay back this credit that does not and will never exist, then they come and take our homes and our land and our businesses. They're parasites. They're lending us nothing and then taking things that do exist from us that have been created by our labor and our efforts. The banking system is archontic parasite operation. That's what it is. The Rothschilds run that, along with a lot of these other archontic families, like the Rockefellers in America and others. And I met a lady back in the 90s. She was quite elderly then. Her name was Kitty Little, Dr. Kitty Little, and she was very much connected to Oxford University, and she was a specialist in the nuclear industry, and she'd worked for the government in the nuclear areas, because she was aware of this conspiracy as well. She told me that nuclear power globally was introduced by the Rothschilds. So, by the way, was nuclear weapons. People like Oppenheimer were Rothschild frontmen that developed the bomb. And so, did you know, I didn't know until I was researching this lady's book, the book before last one, is that in the 50s, the United States and Russia were exploding nuclear weapons in the Van Allen belt. You know, the radiation belt, the Van Allen belt? Well, it's radiated enough. No. This came out in a European Union Parliament report in the 1990s, that they'd exploded nuclear weapons in the Van Allen belt to such an extent that it was vastly more irradiated than it had been before. So radiations are key. Just keep watching the different number of ways that they are irradiating everything, irradiating food, radiating us through mobile phones, through the wireless internet, which is why you won't find it here. It's everywhere, and all the schools, irradiation. You put that together, and even the mainstream media are talking now about this incredible, what they call electromagnetic fog in which we live, especially in the urban areas. They're changing the atmosphere. It will go on happening, and this agenda will go on happening until humans are aware enough of it to intervene. Because in the end, the number of people that are doing this in full knowledge that it's happening is tiny compared with the global population. The way that they can do it is by keeping it secret and by giving us a sense of reality that is so unbelievably different to the reality that's happening, that even when people like me say, look, this is what's going on, people go, you're mad, because the chasm between what they've experienced in their life, the reality they've been told is reality, compared with what I'm talking about, the chasm is so vast that most people can't bridge it. So they explain it away by, I must be mad. And this happens with alternative people as well. They think I'm crazy as much as anyone else. I don't care. I'm interested in the truth. And the truth needs a mind that's to all possibility. Because if you've got a preconceived idea or a belief system to protect, you're never going to uncover what's going on. Because the world's not just a little bit not like we thought it was. It is nothing whatsoever like we thought it was. And so we're in a situation where if your attention, your focus is pulled into the five senses, the only information coming the other way to give you a fix on who you are, where you are, and what's going on is coming from the very matrix that is the control system that's holding you in a fake sense of reality. And when you open your mind and allow your true consciousness in, then your spectrum of perception, that span of awareness, is not just confined to the five senses anymore. Now you're tapping into levels of your own awareness that is beyond this matrix frequency. So that part of you is looking in. You are in this world, but you're not of it in terms of your point of perception. And when you reach that level, this becomes an open book. It becomes an open book. It's so clear, so obvious what's going on. But to that, it's got no chance, because it's got no point of reference except that, you know? And this thing here, this television, which this thing's never, very rarely on, but that's one of the great programming mechanisms of the Matrix, because 24/7 it's telling you who you are, where you are, and what the world is, what's possible, what's not possible, who's mad, who's not mad. And just like a reporter's notebook or a microphone, a television is not good and bad. It's just something that broadcasts information. The reason that television is such a devastatingly negative force is because the people that control it are the archontic bloodlines who are feeding you a version of reality. Go to sleep, go to sleep. You are feeling sleepy. Bombing civilians to protect them from violence is sensible and sane. We are not mad. The guy saying that bombing civilians is a nonsense is mad. Look at him. You're mad, you are. How do you know that? He told me. This is the world we live in. So when we take, this is where the spiritual and the experiential, if you like, need to come together. If you talk about the manipulation of the banking system or the matrix or archons or any of it, 9/11, having this dimension of who are we, where are we, who am I? Because I'm not David Icke, this is the name for my experience. I'm infinite awareness having that experience, just as you are, just as everyone is. When you have that self-identity, as opposed to little me, I have no power, what can I do? Then the world changes, because the world is as it is because a few have hijacked the sources of information, perception, programming, and the vast majority have absorbed that programming and look in the mirror and say, I've got no power, I'm just little me. What is looking in that mirror, if it could see through the illusion of the body, is infinite awareness, all possibility, all that has been, can be, and ever will be. And when you move into that point of self-awareness, the world changes. Because these little boys in short trousers that are currently running it have no power anymore. In fact, they don't have power now. The only power they have is the power we give them every day. When we stop doing it, game over.
If you're talking about archons and archons energy and all this, is this the same thing basically in its essence when you are talking about reptilians? Is it then connected with Zecharia Sitchin's stories about Anunnaki people, what he read from Sumerian clay tablets, the people who came from planet Nibiru and created humankind for their own gold digging? Can we draw some parallels here? And also that leads to the question, how was human created? Why? By who? When? Can you tell us a bit about how we humans came to be on this planet?
Well, what's absolutely fascinating, and when I read this, then it fell off my bloody chair, is that in these writings about the archons by the Gnostics in Egypt, which probably were written about 100 AD, they talk in there about the archons being able to take different forms, but that the two forms that they tend to take are reptilian and grey with black eyes like unformed fetuses. These are the classic greys that people talk about, and if you look at ancient writings, have talked about then as well. These grey aliens and the reptiles, the reptilian ones. They are in these Gnostic writings from like 100 AD. And given that I've been writing about the reptilian expression, the reptilian nature, and the grey nature, but predominantly reptilian nature in terms of power, of these bloodlines all these years, to read that in text found in 1945, buried in Egypt, it's just extraordinary. And this is a big thing because, we have a version of what we think is history, but there is no time, so there is no history in this sense. It's just the way that we perceive it. That's another story. But anyway, if you see human history unfolding and you go through, from the Stone Age through, people in, the Middle Ages and all that stuff, and then you come through to Victorian times, and then you come through to what we call the modern age. These entities and these archons have, from their dimension, been there all along. People have said to me, why would, because of course this conspiracy can be charted back thousands of years. And people say, well, why would someone, work for the conspiracy all his life back here when he knew he was never going to be around by the time that it reached what they want, which is total global control? Well, this archontic force is just nipping in and nipping out all the way through. They're the same. We shouldn't judge, time and age and all the rest of it just by this human illusion. And thus, what we call computers and nanotechnology, they were available here then, way back in the Stone Age, right? But you give nanotechnology and computers to Stone Age people, they're going to use them, aren't they? So what you do is you manipulate society up to a point where you can introduce that. Because in this takeover sequence, computerization, nanotechnology, etc., and the high technologies of today, not least the transhumanist technologies. What is transhumanism? Part machine, part human. How did the Gnostics describe these archontic entities? In terms of computer robots, as we would call them, right? So the transhumanist agenda is again, as I've talked about, turning the Earth's atmosphere and frequency closer and closer to this archontic realm. Well, they also want to complete the job with this transhumanism, which turns humans into robots, basically. Anyway, there comes a point where this is introduced because without nanotechnology and global computerization, centralized control of the world is not possible. Too much diversity. It's the computer systems, the internet not least, which allow this centralization of global power to happen. Look at banking. Imagine banking without computers. It couldn't be the global force that it is. It would have to be much more compartmentalized as it was at one point. And so there comes a point where you develop human society to the point where you can introduce this stuff and it will be able to use it. But use it to its advantage, it thinks, but actually it's to your advantage. And, there were some books written in the late 60s, 1970s, in fact, I think into the 1990s, by a guy called Carlos Castaneda, who had as his source a Central American shaman called Don Juan Matus. And when I read some of those books, after I'd concluded lots of this stuff and the reptilians and all out there in books, I came across some of these books and the interviews with this guy Don Juan Matus. And he talked about a force he called the Flyers. He was talking about the Archons. Absolutely the same. And he said something interesting. He talked about this force coming from the depths of the cosmos to take over humanity. And he made this point. How do you explain the brilliance of man the engineer and the stupidity of his systems of belief? Man the engineer needs to be developed so the archontic technology that aids the takeover can be introduced and used. The systems, the stupidity of the systems of beliefs are to make sure that while that technological brilliance is being utilized and developed, it doesn't spread over into an intelligence to understand what the hell's going on. It's a system to make us just intelligent enough to be a slave, but not intelligent enough to realize that's what we are. That's what the game has been. And it's been these two hemispheres of the brain, the right and left hemisphere. The left brain is basically what this world is. The left brain wants structure. It's about language, and the whole story to be told about language as well. It's about, it loves hierarchical structures, everything in its place. This is mainstream science, again, I'm quoting here. It sees, in my terms, it sees dots, not pictures. It sees dots, not how the dots connect. The right side of the brain is where the artist comes from, the great creative, the artist in all of it. It's where imagination really comes from. It's the maverick, it's the ad-libber, it's the unique. And it's the side of the brain that connects dots. Again, quoting mainstream science, it doesn't see parts, it sees wholes. Left side of the brain doesn't see wholes, it sees parts. And for us to be kept in ignorance of who we are and where we are, we have to be manipulated to continually see everything in parts. Because then we see the dots, we don't see the picture. And if you look at education, you'll know about this infinitely more than me in terms of Estonia, but I can talk about the American and British side of it, which is basically the European Union and more of that. You'll know, obviously, infinitely more about the Estonian education system than me, but I can talk about the experience in America and Britain and some other countries. And more children are being introduced into left brain subjects earlier in preschools and stuff like that. And what the idea is to stimulate the left side of the brain as early as possible and to squeeze and reduce the amount of time that children have to play. And if you then follow that through, you've got children who are increasingly at an earlier age looking at academic type subjects, left brain type subjects, earlier and earlier. And then as they move on through the education system, it gets obviously more and more until it is almost entirely left brain subjects. Then, having kept young people in prison basically at a school through, I don't know, the daylight hours, most of them, of a day, they then go home with homework. More left brain stimulating subjects at home. And what is happening at the same time, and this was happening way back when I was at school, is that spending on art, on music, and all these right brain creative things is squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. And basically the education, I love it. They talk about we must change education so that we turn out people for the workplace. What is that saying? We must only teach children what is necessary for them to become a cog in a machine for the rest of their life. That's what they're saying. We must turn out education that suits what the employers want. Oh, I won't, but... So the education system is stimulating the left side of the brain. Then you go on to university and the left brain is stimulated even more and more and more. And then you get a degree of programming. You go to university, you get a degree. Oh, I've got a first-class degree. Oh, congratulations, that's first-class programming. Well done. Good on you. And then if you get to that point, and then you choose your specialization. So you go into medicine or science, even politics and stuff like that. You go into medicine and science, you get more left brain information, blah, 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 blah. And then you go on to dictate medicine, science, politics. The media, most journalists, if not nearly all of them, have been through this same system. So you've got left brain prisoners who can't get into the right brain and see the big picture, only the dots, running the system and reporting the system and educating the next generation to be the next generation of slaves. And this is how it goes on. And we are reaching a point now where it's more extreme than ever. You know, we have the choice. We need to reject this. We need to stop cooperating with our own enslavement. then the enslavement might not be quite so effective.
If these archon creatures or this archon energy wants to enslave us, use us, keep us in this low frequency you talked about, to feed from our negativity, then what about the counterforce? There must be some other creatures then in the universe. I've read some stories about how, for example, nuclear weapons have been neutralized by some unknown force. So it would be interesting to know what are other creatures operating on this plane, and what kind of creatures there are in the whole universe. Do you know about this?
Yeah, this is an important point. You see, if you're in China and you're oppressed, then you look to the Chinese authorities as your oppressor. But China's not the only place that exists on planet Earth. And in the same way, we are caught at the moment in this oppression by this archontic force of this reality. But this, what I've just described, is a vibrational frequency smear within infinite awareness. And it's interesting that, you know, and the power of the near-death experience of the doctor, the neurosurgeon Ibn Alexander in America, was that he was such a system believer and a dismisser of all that he experienced in the near-death experience before he had it. So that gives it a particular power. And what he was talking about was experiencing something that he called the dazzling darkness. And when I read that in his book, I knew exactly what he meant because I've experienced it. It's a place where there is no sound, there is no movement, and yet it's everything. It's what some people call in religious teachings the void. And people think of a void as being something where nothing exists. Well, the opposite's the case, in this case anyway. It's where everything exists. It's all possibility. It's all possibility yet to manifest. And out of that dazzling darkness, and that's how I experienced it too, as a dazzling darkness. Because there's a lot to be known about the real nature of light as well, but there's another day. There's so much to talk about. But out of that dazzling darkness of all possibility comes all the different possibilities. It comes this world, which is just one possibility within all possibility. And what he experienced, both in that experiencing that dazzling darkness, as he called it, and in the realms of form, what we would call worlds, and what he was told by what he interacted with, was that we live in a extreme and very, very rare situation of what you might term evil. What he said in his experience was that elsewhere there is a little bit of here and there, but it's almost that it doesn't matter. The rest of it is based on love, joy, all the things. What have I been talking about in relation to the archontic entities? Everything is an inversion. And it's clearer and clearer and clearer to me that if you take the world that we live in, the conflict, the hatred, the wars, all the rest of it, and you invert it, that's the kind of world that really exists beyond this one. It's what we call heaven, what people call heaven. But it's not heaven, it's just all existence without this, because, you know, when you get deeper into this archontic situation, and I talked about it being in its base form, it is an energy, but I'd give it another word, it's a distortion. Something happened that created a distortion. And part of the manifestation of that distortion was a fantastic geological and biological upheaval that goes under the name in endless cultures, describing the same thing of the Great Flood or the Great Upheaval. When the earth turned over and, you know, mountains collapsed and all the rest of it, and mountains came out of the ground, you know, all that stuff. Well, there is archaeological and biological support for that when you look at open-minded scientists and the work they've done. And it's very clear too that where the planets are in our solar system is not where they were in geological terms not that long ago. There was fantastic upheavals, and that was part of this distortion. And so you've got this, if you like, distortion in the energy field. And everything is conscious. Even a distortion is conscious because everything's conscious. And this distorted consciousness is the archons. That's why they are creating such a distortion in our reality. So from this distortion has come the archontic mentality, which is a distortion. And that distortion is being played out to distort that which it interacts with. That's why this world has become a distortion. And what is the distortion? It's another way you can call a distortion is an inversion. It's something that which would ordinarily be there is not like it should be. It's distorted or it's inverted. That's the world we live in. So, this is why, as I've mentioned, I've never come across anyone who's had a near-death experience or read about any account any one time who wanted to come back. Because what they're doing is they're coming back into the distortion. And there's a man in America who I've met a few times who was struck by lightning and had a near-death experience. And he went into this amazing place. He said, there's a movie made about him. And this kind of place of crystals and all the rest of it. Beautiful place, beautiful energy, everything. And these figures were talking to him and were saying that he needed to go back because there was things he had to do. And the things he had to do was come and tell us what he experienced, because it was very significant. But it was an interesting thing, he said, that was said to me by these entities that were talking to him in this near-death experience. They're saying, don't judge people because you're all heroes there. In other words, anyone who's in this world is a frickin' hero for actually choosing to come, I guess. But this is not like the rest of reality. It's not. That's the bloody good news. It's a very unlike the rest of reality. And that's, when people ask the questions, why would a loving God allow this to happen? Well, a loving God ain't allowing it to happen. It's being done by these entities who are a distortion. And we have the free will to change it, because we've got far more power. We're far more powerful than a distortion. Another interesting thing is that the way I describe these bloodlines years and years ago when I started off was that they lacked empathy. They didn't have the ability for putting themselves in the feelings of people suffering the consequences of their actions. And if you delete empathy, that is the fail-safe mechanism of human behavior or any behavior gone. Because now there are no limits on your behavior. Because without empathy, you have no emotional consequences for your actions. Because you don't care. Literally don't care. There was a guy who did a television program about me and was kind of semi or more than semi ridiculing the stuff about the reptilians. And years later, he wrote a book about psychopaths and realized that everything I'd said about these bloodlines was the psychopathic personality. That's where psychopaths come from. This archontic influence is where psychopaths come from. And what are psychopaths? They are people who have no empathy and have no remorse, no matter what they do, because they have no capacity for emotional consequence for their actions. Therefore, I've said over the years to people, if you judge what this conspiracy and its bloodlines will do on the basis of what you would do, you're never going to understand it. 3,000 people dead on 9/11, whole cities of civilians killed and maimed by bombing from the sky. People in this room, most people in this world, wouldn't be able to face that. They wouldn't be able to emotionally do it. But psychopaths can, and have no remorse or consequence emotionally whatsoever. And that's the force that is behind world events. Psychopaths. They're all psychopaths. Tony Blair, psychopath. Barack Obama, psychopath. George Bush, psychopath. His father, psychopath. Clinton, psychopath. This is why they're able to do what they do. The people who manipulate the banking system and throw millions and tens of millions out of their homes, they're all psychopaths. They have no emotional consequence. And the psychopath is the Archontic bloodline.
Can you name any Estonian ones?
I'm sure if I was there for long enough, I would, yeah. I wouldn't dream of talking about a country I hadn't researched. That would insult the country and it wouldn't be great research. But what they do, I mean, this is worth mentioning at this point. Early on in this journey, I wanted to know, I'd realized that a few controlled the world. I wanted to know how. Because there had to be a means, there had to be a structure. How could a few control the many? And over the years, thanks to these coincidences in my life and connecting the dots, it became clear how it's done. And this will certainly be the same in Estonia. It's not a matter of is it happening in this country or that country. It's happening in every country. The question is to what extent has it infiltrated that country. If you imagine a transnational corporation like McDonald's, for instance, you've got the headquarters in America, and then in every country you've got the subsidiaries. And the subsidiaries look and act and operate exactly like the headquarters dictates. This is why you go to McDonald's all over the world, you say McDonald's. Well, what they've done, these bloodlines, they've constructed a global secret society and bloodline version of that. The center of it is in Europe. Obviously, it's massively influential in America, but for historical reasons, and probably others too, its center is in Europe. It's in Germany, it's in the city of London, the financial district of London. It's in Paris, and it's in Rome, big time, it's in Rome. Because of the Roman Empire connections to these bloodlines. These bloodlines created Rome and the Roman Empire. Anyway, in each country, there is a secret society bloodline network whose job it is to introduce in their country the centrally dictated agenda. And this is why, you know, as I've traveled around the world an enormous amount, you see the same things happen in different countries at the same time, justified by the same excuses. It's because it's a centrally dictated agenda. You can symbolize it as a spider in Europe and dictating to the web, the global web. And so you've got, if you look in any country, you'll find particular families that are very, very influential. They're influential in banking, they're influential in business, in politics as well. They'll be the Archontic families overwhelmingly. You can't say 100% because you never say never, but this is the way the system works. And from this country level, then you'll have the next level. So that will then go down into regions, it will go down into local communities, it will go down into towns and cities. And what I'm describing, actually, is a hologram, appropriately. Every part of a hologram is a smaller version of the whole. There are many implications in many areas to that. But if you take a holographic print, all the wavy lines that they fire the laser at to create the hologram, and you cut it into 4 pieces, if you fire the laser at one of the 4 pieces, you don't get a quarter of the picture. You get a quarter-size version of the whole picture. And therefore, what I'm describing with this structure of the headquarters and then at the country level and then at the local level of this control structure, that's a hologram, it's a holographic. And incidentally, while we're talking about that nature of the hologram explains alternative methods of healing, because the body is a hologram. And so every part of the body hologram is a smaller version of the whole. That's why acupuncture can find points on the ear that represent every part of the body. That's why reflexologists can find places in the feet and the hands that represent all different parts of the body, because it's a hologram. That's why a palm reader, when they look at the palm, they're actually looking at an information field that represents the whole body. Everything is holographic. Therefore, the greater reality is the greater hologram, and we are a hologram of the greater reality. So while people think that they are Ethel Jones or Charlie Smith working down the store or driving a bus, even at the level of their body, they are an expression of the entire universe. Everything is so different, but the hologram, in terms of the global control structure, allows the few at the center through that to dictate right down into local communities anywhere in the world.
But then again, if you go back up to the top of this pyramid where all this power elite, archons, energy, reptiles, whoever, Illuminati, are ruling us or everything, so to whom they report to, who is their big boss, and to whom this boss of the bosses reports to, there is always another layer, another level in hierarchy. Who is the main boss, the boss of all bosses, who is on top of this very end of the pyramid?
Well, in terms of the situation that we're experiencing, the big boss seems to be this awareness, you might call it, or lack of awareness, better term, which the Gnostics call the demiurge and the religions call, Allah or Satan, the devil, whatever. And that's the distortion. The whole, everything's distorted. The hologram's distorted. And if you hijack something, then everything that goes down from that hijack is going to carry the same distortion. And that's what we're experiencing. But only because we are tuned to that frequency band. When we leave this frequency band at death, why people experience a completely different reality, or most of them anyway.
Can then the cure or the solution for this situation be that we just raise our frequency? Can we kill them with love?
Well, that's precisely the situation. I've said many times, there's two ways of addressing a situation you want to change. One is to change it, and one is to remove the cause of why it is as it is. And, finding a solution to change things, we're drowning in solutions, and they change things, but they change things for the worst. The easiest way to transform something is to remove the cause of the problem, and then what the problem is causing disappears. Cause and effect. And so if we're in a situation where we're living a world generated by a distortion, which wants us to generate through that distortion fear, hatred, all these low vibrational emotions, then if we cease to do that and we cease to live the distortion, then the distortion must disappear, because we're more powerful than it is. But we're caught in a situation where we don't understand our true power. We think we have no power. We think there's nothing we can do. We think that we're just a name and a body, and that's it. And this is a key area which I go into in this new book in great length, because it's so important. We, beyond the physical, we have many energetic levels which make up the human entity. And on one of these levels is a series of vortexes which are called chakras. Comes from a Sanskrit word meaning wheels of light, I believe. And these are vortexes which connect the physical body through these other energetic levels. And the major ones start in the base of the spine, and they go up through to the top of the head. There's one on the throat, and there's one in the heart, and there's one on the forehead area, which is called the third eye, which is like psychic sight, which connects into the pineal gland and such like in the brain. Interesting that fluoride, which they put in drinking water and toothpaste, calcifies the pineal gland and stops it functioning. And the last thing that the archontic force wants is for us to have sixth sight to see beyond the matrix. It's all connected if you go deep enough. And so the two key ones in what I'm going to say now, or the key one of them all, is the heart chakra here, which is where we feel love. What do we say? Oh God, I just love it. I just love it. Body language tells you everything. I just love it. And then there's another one in the belly, which is our emotional chakra. This is why, people want to go to the toilet when they get nervous, because the intestine is affected by the nervous distortion caused in the emotional chakra. When people are nervous and anxious, they feel it here. It's because that's the emotional chakra, solar plexus. And before this hijack, humans interacted with this world from the heart. This was their point. in which they connected. And it's interesting to watch that movie, the Avatar film, because whether Cameron, the director, meant this or whether it was an accident, well, only he knows, but it did tell the human story in so many ways. You had the blue people in the Avatar movie who lived from the heart, and because of that they connected with the natural world. They were able to communicate with the plants and the trees, and they communicated with the animals. Because, you know, we talk about communicating with the animals as if you speak, but it's on an energetic level that you connect with them. And anyway, when we speak, what are we doing? We're vibrating at a vibrational information field. That's what we're doing. When I'm speaking now, you're not hearing me until this vibrational field's been decoded by your ear. And then it's communicated to your brain as electrical information, and your brain turns it into words. All communication is vibrational, and it's at that level that we can communicate with anything. Anything in the natural world. You can communicate beyond this world in the same way. This is how psychic communication takes place. And so they were connected through the heart, and they were interacting with the natural world. Then came along, in the Avatar movie, the American military sometime in the future with their high technology and low intelligence. And they were representing so magnificently, symbolically, the Archontic hijack. And for them, this moon that they lived on, was it called Pandora, with its beauty that the blue people, the Navi, as they call them, were experiencing, that's not what they saw, you see. They saw resources under the land that would be worth a fortune back on Earth. So their idea was to get the resources and blow people to pieces and all the rest of it, because that's the Archon mentality. Interestingly, in the movie, the American military infiltrated the blue people society by taking on a blue people outer exterior. So the blue people didn't realize they'd been infiltrated. That's what's happened here. That's what's happened here. And so the Navi were heart people. And that's what humans were before the hijack. And what they've done as they've manipulated this reality to get closer and closer to theirs is they've moved the point that humans interact with reality to here. You look at humans now. Overwhelmed. Of course there are exceptions. Many exceptions. But I'm talking about the majority. They interact with life from the emotions. Everything is an emotional decision, an emotional reaction, and not a heart reaction. I mean, heart people just absolutely stand out because they, you don't see too many of them expressing it openly. And so by pulling us into a belly chakra, emotional chakra society, they've first of all lowered the vibration, but they've also turned humans into fantastic generators of the very energy that they absorb. Because everything's a frequency, and they're a frequency. They can only absorb energy within their frequency. And their frequency represents one of death and low vibrational emotion. When we produce love, it's like two radio stations passing through each other in terms of them. They can't absorb that. So they have to turn us into generators of low vibrational energy. And in the Matrix, when the Morpheus character, held up a battery and said the machines have turned us into one of these, it's exactly, symbolically anyway, what's happened. And so any solution or any removing the cause of the problem to bring an end to this nonsense, this childishness, which is what it is to move this point of interaction back to here. Because when we do that, well, this whole thing changes. Gone. House of cards falls. That's the key. And yet you see people, and I understand it completely, but I see people who are challenging the conspiracy, but they're doing it from here. We've got to, fight them, and fight this and fight that and fight the other. Well, you ain't got to fight. We just cease to be what we are, and then it will change. Because everything is a projection of us in the end. See, the Archons have not created this world. They've manipulated us to create it. We've created the prison. We've created the prison by allowing it to happen. In many cases, in terms of the uniform professions and the dark suits that are not our content but serve that agenda, they have actually physically built the prison. It's us that have done it, and that's good news, because that means we can undo it by ceasing to be manipulated, by loving each other instead of fighting each other, by cooperating with each other instead of competing with each other. All these things are just state of mind away. This is why 24/7 the conspiracy is constantly trying to play off different parts of society against each other. We'll demonize the Muslims, we'll demonize the Jews, we'll demonize this people, we'll demonize that people, we'll demonize the poor. It's their fault. And they're doing it because they have to keep this divide and rule, to stop cooperation and to stop people coming together in mutual support. It's simple. The way out of here is simple, but not when you're as programmed as most people are to see the world as it is and therefore to live their lives as they always have.
What do you think? Are we in the process of so-called awakening times? If you observe the scene, for example, in media, there are so many alternative news channels, web pages, forums, portals, all kinds of media forms rising to the surface, offering alternative views. People are reading, talking about these topics we are talking about today, and for example, your own popularity, which has grown tremendously, something you were ridiculed for years. Now you're an opinion leader, and people are willing to talk about these things openly. Or can it be some other agenda? For example, New Age, which has risen significantly and also grown very popular. So what do you think, what is behind New Age? What's the strategy behind that? Is that again something to sell us, something to manipulate us towards some kind of direction? What is the actual purpose or meaning or hidden agenda behind that? Is there a relation between New Age and the things you are talking about in your work? What is your opinion about New Age? Could you elaborate that topic a little bit, please?
Well, two things. First of all, I think that it is an awakening. It's interesting, you know, when I saw Betty shine in March 1990, one of the things that I was told at that time, at the very start, was that a vibrational change was coming in my lifetime that was going to awaken humanity from its amnesia. Now, I tell you, in March 1990, there weren't any evidence of that whatsoever. But look at it today. I mean, I've kind of been a barometer of it, because when I started out consciously on this journey in 1990, hardly anybody wanted to know. I mean, you know, it was like walking through treacle, trying to get anywhere in terms of people even looking at the information. But look at it now. It's absolutely extraordinary. I was in London the other day. The number of people that came up to me in the street talking positively about the information was just extraordinary, mirroring the number of people that would have laughed in the street at me in 1991. So I've traveled the world a lot. I've traveled so much in the last couple of years, but I've been to about 50 odd countries. And I tell you, the awakening is happening everywhere. And we're now reaching a stage where we're getting close to a critical mass of people in awareness of what's going on. You know, we're talking now not long after the Boston bombings, which were a totally manipulated event. Exactly the detail of that manipulation, more research is required, but the fact that it was involved the government is crystal pathetically clear. What actually gave me such a lift was when I saw the number of people that said, this don't ring true to me, the government's involved here. It was on a scale that I've not seen in a staged event before. And thanks to people putting this information out in all their forms around the world, people are getting more streetwise to what's going on. There's still enormous amounts of people that just trot after the official story. Mind, don't let's get too excited, but it is dramatically different to what it was, well, for me, nearly 25 years ago, but I mean for even 5 years ago. We're more and more reaching this stage where people are going, hold on a second, there's a problem to address here, and it's a bit different to what we thought. Other thing that's happening is the impact of the conspiracy, because what the conspiracy wants, it wants a society, you've only got to look at the graphs to see how close we are already. It wants a society in which there is a few mega rich people, and the rest, including people that would consider themselves well off now, absolutely mega poverty. They want the middle strata covered basically by uniforms and dark suits to administer the structure to keep that status quo from changing. That's what they want. And so the economic scam of 2008, when they crashed the economic system on purpose, knowing, because the people that control the governments control the banks, that the governments were going to bail them out, that was the first stage of taking the people's money via government debt. Therefore, austerity to the people. Cyprus was the next stage, that they were going directly into bank accounts to take the people's money after crashing a banking system which they control. They can crash any time they like, anywhere in the world. And so this situation with events in the world impacting on people's lives, then that now in more and more greater numbers, they're saying, I don't like what's going on in the world. What's happening? Now that's the first stage to finding out what's happening, when you start to be interested in finding out the truth rather than what you're told is the truth. And so this combination it is a vibrational change. It's an information change within the fabric of our reality. And what it's doing, because beyond the hologram, we have a level that is an electromagnetic field. It's what we call mind. And when some people might call it soul, I don't know, whatever. It's an electromagnetic field. It's part of us. And it interacts with the reality on the electromagnetic level, just as like other levels interact on other levels, like waveform levels at the deeper energetic level. So when there's a change going on at these energetic levels, which I call the truth vibrations, which is why my first book in 1991 was called that, it starts to impact its information, its awareness upon those who are open enough to allow it in. And thus you've got this energetic change taking place where people are starting to spontaneously look at the world differently. And it has another manifestation. It's making them more open to information, in terms of they're going to look at it instead of like before, by reflex action, reject it and laugh. They're actually going to give it time to look at it. Now that's going on as they become more and more open and aware of the nature of what's happening in the world. The same time that what is happening in the world is impacting more and more and more on their lives. This combination is driving this incredible explosion of interest in the world as it really is. Just as the conspiracy ain't got as far as it wants to go, if people think it's bad now, well, stick around and do nothing and see what's coming. But at the same time, this awakening has not gone anything like as far as it's going to go either. And we're now at this point where we're gathering this greater and greater awareness of the problem, if you like, this more open-minded ability to look at the problem from a different angle. And now we need to move into the next stage increasingly, which is okay. So what do? What we need to start doing is ceasing to cooperate with our own enslavement. We're looking at what, more than 7 billion people in the world? So they tell us. Don't know who counts them, but anyway, that's what they tell us. And you're probably talking about, at the core of the core, well, at the core of the core of the core, you're probably talking about enough people to fill this room. But even a bit further out, you're talking about hundreds of people. in full knowledge of what they're doing. And the further you go out from them in the control structure, you're meeting more and more people who know less and less and less about what they know. So that's the ratio of manipulated to manipulators. The only way that they can continue to do what they do is dividing and ruling us. So we need to put down the manufactured fault lines of race, of Inca bracket, because I tell you what, if you think you're more important or special or stuff because you've got more money than someone else, well, you stick around because you're going to be the same as him very soon unless we sort this out. And countries and all that stuff, you know, I mean, enjoy your culture, but realize it's an experience. It's not who you are. Enjoy your race, but it's just an experience. It's not who you are. And let's come together. And if we come together, it's all over. You know, Christians are divided against Muslims. Muslims are divided between Sunni and Shiite. This is how it's done. Protestants and Catholics. Black and white, sky blue, bloody pink. And we're all one infinite consciousness having these various experiences. If we come from that level, it's all over. That's why they've had to work so hard to keep us from seeing that's what the situation is. And get us to look through eyes that call themselves, you know, Joe Bloggs, a Chinese guy from Shanghai or something. It's just an experience. This is why the expansion of awareness and perception is, without it, this doesn't change. With it, it can't do anything but change.
So how exactly New Age fits into this scheme or these times or these processes or this mentality?
Well, I call the New Age the last cul-de-sac before the gold mine, because what it is, you're going down the road and people keep coming off at slip roads, and one's called mainstream religion, one's called mainstream science and whatever, atheist, Christian, all that stuff. And other people keep going because they've rejected all that. And if they keep going and keep going, they're going to hit the gold mine. They're going to see what's actually going on. So you need a slip road for them into a cul-de-sac. And that's called the New Age for me. It's an arena that accepts that everything's a vibration, everything in this reality anyway is a vibration, a frequency. But it's still caught in structure. There are elements of it that talk about great white brotherhoods, which is just another blooming hierarchy. It's another left brain hierarchy. You know, I have said that, you know, I think that one of the things that happened in the genetic manipulation of humanity is that a vertebrae was taken out of the neck, so everyone's looking up. Everyone's looking up. Heaven's up there, isn't it? God's up there. Great white brotherhood's up there. I mean, bloody hell, they're all up there and I'm down here. When we're just an expression of infinite possibility. We need to start looking everything in the eye and not, you know, in the chin. And the New Age, in so many elements, is a look up their religion. It's a great master. He's talking to me now. What do you call your great master, Christian? I call him a god. Yes, exactly. That's what you're talking about. Same bloody thing. The deity. I'm down here, I am. I've got no power. But you have, master. Tell me what to think. So there's some good things about it. The metaphysical side of it's good. And there's a lot of this, you know, sort of challenging and psychic stuff, which it's like everything. It's not, is it true or is it not true? It's, is it any good or not? You know, you can see a footballer like Messi at Barcelona, and he's kicking a football about on a pitch. And you can see someone on a Sunday morning on a park kicking a football about on a pitch. But they ain't the same. They're not the same game. They're not in the same league. They're not in the same world. And it's the same with psychics and all this stuff. So even there's a lot of psychic stuff that people take seriously, which is actually coming from the occultic realm. Manipulative stuff. And some of it's coming from people's own minds, and they're just thinking they're psychic. So, you know, the best psychics I've ever come across go near the New Age. You go into their home, you can't even see a crystal. You know, they just got the gift of connecting to other dimensions of reality. And, you know, I see a lot of guru type figures in the New Age, they make it sound complex when it's not. If you make it sound complex, then again you're creating a power dynamic where people are doing that because I don't understand it like he does. Well, why don't you? It's so complex. Well, actually it's not. It's not complicated. But a lot of them make it sound like as if it is, so that they have the power and you don't. And then you've got this process of what I call the workshop groupie, where people are waiting for the next workshop and they'll find enlightenment at it. And they go, and they've seen everybody. They've been there, they've done it, but they haven't quite got the enlightenment yet. And so they go to the next workshop because it'll be there. There's some bloke that talks to crystals. I'm going to see if he'll get me to be enlightened. And all that stuff. That's the next one. And what are they doing? They're seeking. And if you're in a place of seeking, you never find. We don't have to seek. We just have to be open to what we want. And it comes to us. If people just say, I want to know the true nature of who I am, I want to know the true nature of reality, I want to know the true nature of what's going on in the world, and they mean it, from that moment on, it'll all come to them. It'll come to them in the form of people, experiences, books. They won't have to seek it. Because this is the whole point. Enlightenment is not something we need to find. We are enlightened. We are all that is, has been, and ever can be. How enlightened do you want? What we need to do is remove the barriers we throw up between incarnate us and infinite us. And they are belief systems, they are emotions, and they are a sense of little me, among other things. And again, we're back to removing the cause of the problem. If you stop seeing yourself as your name and your job and your life story, and start seeing yourself as infinite awareness having that experience, then that's where enlightenment comes from. You don't have to seek it, you just have to become aware that you are it. And then everything changes. But if you think you've got to this journey, you've got to fight and battle through this journey, well, go and fight and battle through the journey then, because that's what you will manifest. It's not as hard as people believe it is, but the New Age, large elements of the New Age make it sound harder than it is. And therefore they're not benefiting anybody. They're doing the opposite. There's another area of the New Age, which is what I call cultural programming. This is very much connected to the New Age because the New Age, it's a big focus of the New Age is what I call the cultural program. This is the focus on native peoples, Native Americans, Native Peruvians, Native Africans, etc. That, where because they are from that culture, they must be enlightened because the Native Americans were so wise. Well, some of them were, like all these cultures, and some of them were very, very knowledgeable, far more knowledgeable than Western society today. But A, they didn't know it all. B, they weren't all bloody knowledgeable. And C, the ones today are often far from bloody knowledgeable because all the good stuff has gone and the Western influence has come in and all the rest of it. And also, even that from what we call the past was of that time. And one of the things I call it is the cultural time warp. And I'll give you an example. I don't want to make fun, but I'm doing this as an example. I was asked to go to see some people from Colombia who came to London. They just come down from a mountain in Colombia where they'd never come down from before. And they said that they'd come down from the mountain because it was the time of the Great Awakening, and they had to tell people, all these things that they knew. And I went to this event in London, and I sat there, and these New Agers were running it. And they insisted in walking around the place with a big sword pointing to the east, west, south, and north. And everybody in the room, I didn't join in, standing up and facing that way before it started. Now, okay, well, I'm sure there's a reason for it. I can't work it out. Anyway, because there is no north, south, east, or west. It's illusion. Anyway, these people, they're lovely people from Colombia, in the Colombian dress and all that stuff. They sat on the stage. No one said anything. And they made these things out of cloth and beads and buttons, all different colours. A friend who was with me, he says, are they making pizzas? What's going on? And then he stopped and he left. It was coming down from the mountain to tell people about the Great Awakening. Of course, nothing changed as a result of it at all. And I was in Peru recently, and we went around Peru with this guide, a big group of people, a Peruvian guide. And what you had to do when you entered a place was there was normally like 2 pillars or something, and you had to stop and ask permission of, what do they call it? Pachamama, that was like the earth spirit, to go through this entrance, right? And you had to do this ritual and get coca leaves and blow on them and stuff like that. So I'm thinking, well, I didn't really see the point of all this. But this was the tradition. Now, my thoughts went further to before whoever built those pillars built the pillars. When it was just land, did everyone have to stop on that point in the grass and ask Pachamama for permission? No. It's a piece of land. You want to say this land is sacred? All land is sacred. What has happened is some belief system has decided that this land is something. They put the pillars up, built the buildings, and right to this day, New Agers are going along and loving it, because they have to blow on coca leaves to ask Pachamama for permission to walk through the pillars. And what am I looking at? I'm looking at a religion. I'm looking at a manufactured religion. And yet, the New Agers are supposed to be against religion and have rejected religion. But they haven't. They've just got their own religion. In the same way that science is a religion. Science that denies the afterlife, that denies any other dimensions of reality, that even in the face of quantum physics denies that this world is not solid, then decries and lambasts religion. It's just another religion. What is a religion? A religion is a belief system that repels all borders. The New Age is a belief system. Science is a belief system. You know, I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything. It's true in the sense of that's how it is unquestioningly. Because I come back again to Socrates, wisdom is learning how little we know. My view is that at any point in time, like this moment as we're talking, on the basis of everything that I've seen, put together and researched, this is how it is. But I know that within infinite possibility, through this biological computer of the body, I ain't going to know exactly how it is at any point. Therefore, I've always got my trainers on, dancing on my feet, waiting to move, because I know that whatever I know, there is always but always more to know. One of the arrogant things about a rigid belief system is you have decided that there ain't any more for you to know, because you've sussed it now. This is how it is. No, this is how it is at this point. If I haven't added to what I'm saying now in a week or 2 weeks, well, what have I been doing? So there's a difference between having a feel for this is how it looks at this point on the basis of all that I've researched, and having a belief system that says this is how it is and that's all unquestionable and I don't have to learn anything else. It's not like that. But that's what the world is awash with, and it is awash with it for a simple reason. If you want to keep people from knowing the greater truth, then keep them in cul-de-sacs or bubbles of the mind that they believe this is all they need to know. And once they've got to that point, they don't go any further. Gotcha. And it could be New Age, it could be science, it could be religion, politics, any of them. They're all the same, just different names on the door.
One of the very interesting, exciting and strange topics is UFO phenomenon. What is that by your opinion? What do you think of the disclosure process that is happening right now? For example, the disclosure project and also the citizen hearing on disclosure, which was recently held in Washington, where all kinds of UFO experts, military intelligence people, pilots and so on discussed openly about this. Also, what about the increased number of UFO sightings? Why is that? Are they showing themselves to us more, or are we able to see more? What about alien agenda as grandiose false flag operation for mega-massive manipulations? And who are the men in black? What is your opinion of all that?
I think this is a minefield, and picking through it is a very big challenge. My own feeling, for a start, is that at least the vast majority, not necessarily all, the vast majority of what we call flying saucers are actually flown by humans. It's anti-gravity technology. See, one of the things that keeps people asleep and in ignorance, and it's a major part of this, it's the manipulation of people's sense of the possible. If you can squeeze their sense of the possible, then if you operate outside their sense of the possible, they will dismiss that it's happening because they don't believe it's possible. So on that basis, the cutting edge of human technology is nothing like what we see in the public arena. Thus, when you see apparently very advanced craft flying around, they're not necessarily flown by non-humans. I think a great number, at least a great number, have actually flown by humans out of air bases. I think, a lot of the, if you like, genuine non-human craft are far more sophisticated and operate on the basis of being able to shift their energetic state. I've talked to people who, are very grounded people who've seen craft coming in place in France particularly, and it has appeared to be physical, and then it's suddenly ceased to be physical, become a flash of light and gone into the ground. This is the level of sophistication we're talking about, thinking that, most of the real non-human craft, because there's a line of knowledge, and once you cross it, anything becomes possible. And that line is the realization that this is all an illusion, and therefore the illusion can be manipulated. And you can do anything with it. When you're this side of the line, you think the manipulation, the illusion is real. And of course, once you think it's real and you think it's solid, then massive limitation on possibility comes along. And this is why so many people dismiss stuff like that, is because they can't perceive it's possible from their perception that everything's solid. It's amazing how powerful the idea that the world is solid is upon human perception and the suppression of perception. Because if you hold that, then so much that is happening to you is not possible, so you dismiss it. So I think that a lot of the craft are flown by humans. The genuine non-human craft are energetic and can just basically manifest as they like. I was told years and years ago by insiders that craft of that level of sophistication can hover in the sky looking like a cloud. And the more that I've learned, the more I see that's probably true. You can look at a cloud, but what is it? You're looking at something. You're looking at an information field. you're decoding that information field through the five senses, through the electrical to the brain, decoding that reality. So if something projects the information field of a cloud, even though it's not, you will decode it as a cloud, because that's what you're reading. You know, it's like projecting a computer program at you to a computer. It will read it, and on the screen will come whatever it is, not necessarily what's really there. So I think that's the level of sophistication for the real ones. But the other thing is that, again, inversion. We are being manipulated by a non-human force, but part of the ongoing plan is to use the threat of a, quote, alien invasion to create the kind of world society and world control system that they want. You know, there was a guy called Werner von Braun who was a Nazi scientist. He was, I believe, involved in the V2 bombs that were shot at London during the Second World War. And then, like hundreds of Nazi scientists, geneticists and mind controllers were shipped off to America in this, you know, borderless global control system. And he was very much the forefront of developing the engines that sent the Apollo craft up. But towards the end of his life, when he realized he was dying of cancer, he had an assistant who was an aerospace executive, a lady. You can see interviews with her on the internet. And he told her a lot of stuff when he knew he was dying. And one of the things he said was that there was going to be a series of threats, all of which would be a hoax to change society. One would be the Soviet threat, which was happening at that time anyway. Another was going to be terrorism. Then there would be countries of concern, as they are called now, rogue nations. There were going to be asteroids, threat from asteroids. Came to mind with that one, you know, not too long ago, and the one in Russia and stuff. And finally, at the end of this line of fake threats, each of which would change society, would be an alien invasion. And it would all be a hoax. And, you know, we live in a holographic reality in this level. And therefore you can insert within the hologram other holograms that appear to be part of the actual hologram. So they have holographic technology that can project three-dimensional things into the sky, for instance, be it anything from a religious figure to a load of spaceships. This agenda came to light some years ago now and was quite widely talked about at one point in the alternative arena. It's unfolding. I mean, we're almost reaching the point where the alien invasion is the next one.
They say that the preparation of humankind is happening between 2012 and 2017, and then we're ready for the contact, which is also speculated to be a possible false flag operation.
Yeah, if you don't want people to see something in a clear pond of water, then you throw mud in it. And they're doing this all the time. Diversions, confusions to bewilder people. A lot of this disclosure stuff is moving towards this disinformation campaign, I'm sure of it. Because people who have lied to us throughout living memory are not suddenly going to tell us the truth about, you know, non-human interaction. They're going to tell us what suits their agenda. So I think that if you know, people, if they hear that this is happening or this alien thing is happening, they need to really, really question it and not accept it, because they're absolutely part of the agenda. Remember when Reagan was doing his negotiations with Gorbachev and that whole period of the late Cold War? Reagan said something akin to, you know, we'd all come together, wouldn't we, if there was a threat from, you know, an alien invasion, in effect. And that's what they want. They want a world army. They want a world government. Well, meeting an external threat would be a very good way of justifying that. And what they want to do is evolve the United Nations into that world government. That's why the United Nations is getting more and more power and what have you. And this is why NATO is becoming more and more of a world army as it operates further and further out of its designated area. It's all moving in that direction. And of course, if you had the threat of an invasion of the planet, then you need a global army and a global government to meet that threat. Problem, reaction, solution, as I call it, or no problem, reaction, solution if they've made it up. So this whole arena of the whole UFO thing and alien thing is a minefield. And I tell you, I did a lot of work on that when I spent ages and ages in 3 months and more on end in America in the 90s and the early part of the 2000s. And in no area of this whole subject are there so many spooks, so many intelligence operatives involved. And if they're going to give it that much attention, then it must be a major, major part of what they want to unfold.
Maybe you can tell me how that fits into this, but I assume you have noticed Vatican's activities and especially its statements during last decade. For example, the head of Vatican Observatory, Gabriel Funes, has stated that it is not impossible that there is extraterrestrial intelligent life, and it doesn't contradict with their religion, and if there is, it is also God's creation and they are our cosmic brothers and sisters. Also, the statements of Corrado Balducci about the possibility of alien life are famous, and there are talks that Pope John the 23rd had a contact with extraterrestrial being in Pope's summer residence, Castel Gandolfo. So Vatican has made some interesting statements on these topics. And if we think of Vatican as one of the key players of global power lines, so perhaps we can get to our next topic, which is the New World Order through Vatican.
I'm not surprised that the Pope would get visited, because the Roman Church is a massive archon operation, has been from the start, and it's just a continuation of the Church of Babylon anyway. But there are certain red flags that you can see in all these different subject areas, and one of them is the point where people who were saying one thing start saying another in kind of unison. When people who you wouldn't think would be saying it start saying it. And secondly, when lots of people in the system are suddenly starting to say the same thing, then you know that a momentum's beginning that is leading to something. This whole alien arena is very, very important, but they have thrown so many smokescreens and diversions, so much disinformation into that arena. It's very difficult to pick out the real from the unreal and the actually happening from the manipulated. And it's going to be very important. That whole area is going to be very important, probably in the not too distant future, because they are going to play this card. They've been planning it a very long time.
What about the New World Order? This is very widely discussed, especially recently, very delicate, sensitive, speculative, controversial topic. Obviously, nobody wants to be controlled by the power elite, but when we are talking about uniting the humankind and maybe even expanding to the space, while of course taking care of our spaceship, planet Earth, not to ruin it in a wasteful way like parasites or being manipulated by parasites, then how can one detect in all this mess where is the line between this unification campaign versus the evil New World Order?
Well, there was an interesting point in the question there, because what has actually happened is that parasites have manipulated humans to become parasites. That's what's happened. That's why what they've done is manipulated us to dismantle our own planet, right? That's what's happening. planet as we perceive it anyway. In terms of awakening to and coming together to the whole conspiracy of enslavement, it's actually quite simple to point out the difference, really. Coming together in cooperation is one thing. Having centralized global institutions that dictate to everything below them is quite something else. But you bring up a very interesting point, a very important one, because part of the manipulation to a centrally dictated global fascist communist dictatorship is to sell that as humans coming together as one whole. I see many We Are One organizations promoting this because they have bought the idea that world government means one human race. It doesn't. That's not what world government is about. It's about having centralized dictatorship of the whole world. And like I said, this conspiracy has been moving through generations and hundreds of years, thousands of years towards its goal. And way back when we were supposed to be in a primitive state and all the rest of it, this high technological force was in operation with its high technology. You know, it's not the same timeline as this. So what has happened in this process is this. At one point, humans kind of operated in tribes. These were relatively small numbers of people, and the people in the tribe were deciding what the tribe did. There came a key moment when vast numbers of tribes came together under something called nations. Now some people at the center of the nation were dictating to all the former tribes. We in Europe are well advanced now, catastrophically advanced in my view, of the next stage, which is bringing all the nations together into a union where a few, in the case of the European Union, unelected, dark-suited bureaucrats are dictating to all the former nations. So that's one step from the next stage, which is all the unions and nations coming together under a centrally dictated global dictatorship. This process is absolutely vital to where they want to go for a very simple reason. If there's a few of you and you want to control the many, you have to centralize decision making. The more diversity of decision making there is, the less control any few at the center are going to have over it. Thus, the whole process has been to constantly centralize power, so fewer and fewer people are making decisions affecting more and more. They even reached the point where we gave a word to it, or somebody did, globalization. Globalization is simply the archontic agenda centralizing power in every area of our lives. So, one of the things the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers have done is create entities like the World Health Organization and the World Trade Organization, where under a single roof they are dictating health and trade policy to an entire world virtually, right? And it's got to the point now where if any country wants to defend its economy from the merciless world system, well, they get massive fines from the World Trade Organization, which is just a Rockefeller Rothschild operation. The World Health Organization is dictating vaccination and drug policy to the world. So here's a few people dictating health policy, and here's a few people dictating trade policy and all the rest of it. And what they want is a world government which would dictate all global policy. Under that, they want ministries. They want a World Trade Ministry, which would be the World Trade Organization under another name. They want a World Health Ministry, a World Biotech Ministry, which would be all the Monsantos coming together, all that stuff. Under that, they want a series of unions, the European Union, the American Union, North American Union first of all. They want the free trade areas in the Far East and Australia to come together as a union and so on and so forth. We already have the African Union, of course, there's another one. And under that would come not countries, there would be regions of what we now call countries, which would have no power whatsoever, because this edifice of power will be dictating everything. And what that would mean is that the few at the top, i.e. this archontic bloodline network, would be dictating through this structure to everybody. This is what's happening. And if you're going to do that, a number of things need to happen. You need to constantly create problems which can justify you introducing this structure. So the main one they use is economic. You know, the European Union was sold as a free trade area, good for jobs, and it'd be very bad if you're out of the European Union. In fact, it's disastrous if you're in it. What did I say about inversion? And so this New World Order in its prime form is about the constant centralization of power until this structure is reached. But there's many other elements to it, endless elements to it. What they have started to do, well, for quite a while now, is pour out of Hollywood movies that are showing you the world that they want to create. And they're doing it for a reason. It's called preemptive programming. You prepare the subconscious to accept something by programming it by telling it what's coming. You present it as a movie, so it's just a story, it's not real, but actually in the subconscious you are programming the preparation. And there was one that really struck me called Equilibrium, which came out about 2003, that kind of time. And it was of a fiercely controlled society where you had vicious military and military police imposing the will of the few. But there was another element to it, and that was that technologically people were first of all had enforced drugging of the population. There were drugs you had to take every day. What these drugs did in the movie, wait for this, was to take away people's emotion in the sense of empathy, of caring, turned them into robots. Now, technologically, it was noted if anyone had not taken their drugs, right? This was mentioned a number of times in the film. And I have this technique, or two techniques they use. One is problem, reaction, solution. Create the problem or the illusion of a problem, get people to say do something, and then offer the solution to your problems. This is why they're constantly creating problems, so they can offer solutions to them and change society and the image. The other one, most relevant to this point, is one I call the totalitarian tiptoe. And that is you're at A and you know you're going to Z. But if you go in one giant leap, the change is so vast, people look up from the game show and the sport and ask what's going on. So you go in as big a leap as you can, but not too big that people start to look up and say, what's happening? It's interesting. You know, they've now created they call them apps on mobile phones, where you take a drug which carries an edible microchip. This is now, by the way, not some future fantasy. It communicates with your mobile phone when the next dose is due, and your phone goes off and tells you, right? Now, that is moving totalitarian tiptoe exactly towards what I know is the game, which is compulsory drugging. Now, and what does that do? It holds you in the five senses and keeps you from your true self. A great stepping stone to compulsory pharmaceuticals is compulsory vaccinations, which they're moving towards more and more, not least in America. So that's another side of it. Another side of it is to genetically transmute the human entity so it is even less able to receive and communicate on any expanded level of awareness. And one name we give for that is genetically modified food. Genetically modified food is genetically modifying people. That's the idea. And I saw, my God, these people have no shame. I saw the head of Nestle in a video recently, first of all saying that water was not a human right, and therefore it can be owned. And that's absolutely in my books. If you want to control people, control whether they eat or not, and even more in terms of timescale, control whether they drink water or not. Because then, if they don't want to die, they do what you say. This is why they're taking rapid control of the food chain, and this is why they're talking about owning water. In fact, the corporations own water already. But anyway, another thing he said in the same video was that we're challenging the opposition to genetically modified food in Europe, was that there was no evidence that one single person had ever had their health harmed by GMO. The truth is, inversion, no one who's ever had GM food has ever not had their health impaired to some degree by the outrage that we're asked to eat. In America, since GMO was introduced, health has reached catastrophic levels. One of the things that's happening in America is that there is an explosion of food allergies. Why? Because a lot of these genetically modified crops, they have mechanisms in them to kill pests by making their stomachs explode, with exploding holes in their stomach and intestines. But it can't cross to humans. Of course it can, you idiot. And if you go high enough in places like Monsanto, they sure as hell know that's happening, because that's why they're doing it. And so what's happening is Americans are eating this stuff, it is crossing into humans, and the food is punching holes in the intestine and the stomach. The immune system is going, whoa, danger, danger, danger. And it's putting a marker on the food. It might be a carrot, it might be an apple. It's putting a marker on it. That's dangerous. Next time the person eats an apple or a carrot, immune system kicks in. Food allergy. This is why it's exploding all over America. So genetically modified food is a fundamental weapon in the suppression and the destruction of humanity. Now, another great part of the New World Order, because the vastness of the human population from the conspiracy point of view has got out of hand, and they want enough to serve them but not enough to unseat them. Therefore, they want a massive cull of the human population. This is in their own writings. There is a ratio of something between, at the most extreme, they talk about 500 million or a few billion. And when you see maps of America as they want it to be under something called the Biodiversity Treaty, which connects it to something else called Agenda 21, which is all using climate change as the excuse to transform human society. When you see the extraordinary tracts of America that are designated for no human use or highly regulated human use, there is no way in the world that anything but a fraction of the current more than 300 million American population could possibly live there. And so there is a cull going on. And it's a quiet cull, it's a silent cull. And its greatest target is the human immune system. Everything is targeted at the human immune system, because when that goes, we're open to everything. Irradiating the atmosphere more and more is another part of this silent cull of the population. Mobile phones, I mean, goodness me, some years from now, we are going to see the consequences of mobile phones. And their consequences on the brain and brain tumors and stuff like that. Just unspeakable numbers. And they know they're doing it. This is the point. This is a big awakening, a big awareness for people, where they say, first of all, but they'd never do that. Well, yes, they would, because they don't see the world like you. But the second thing is, it couldn't happen. And they wouldn't do that, and it couldn't happen, and the technology would not do that. Well, they wouldn't do that refers to the lower part of these corporations that make these mobile phones, that sell them, and indeed at the same time use them themselves. But you get to that part of the corporation where the whole thing's come from, they sure as hell know what the consequences are. I hear people say, that was the other thing I was going to say just now, they'd know if they were going to do it. They'd never do this if they didn't know the outcome. Well, they do. This is the point. They do know the outcome. I hear people, even people that challenge mobile phones and some of this other stuff like GMO, where they say they're crazy. How can they introduce this stuff without knowing what the consequences are? They don't. They know exactly what the consequences are. And it's all part of this cult. And you know, we do need to get aware of what's going on pretty damn quick, because it is moving on. It's moving on faster and faster.
Same goes with a topic called chemtrails, which is also very controversial, has strong pros and cons, and this is actually one of the big topics that has erupted, so to say, recently in Estonia as well. So perhaps a couple of words about chemtrails. What is the purpose of that? And if they do exist, what is the influence of that to the whole ecosystem? Where and by who this mixture of aluminium, barium, strontium, etc. is created? Who are involved, and how does it get into the planes and then into the skies? Please tell us what's behind the chemtrails.
Well, how they get people to put chemtrails into the sky is that some of the pilots don't care, I guess, but the main reason that's coming through to me over the years is they're telling them it's to protect the Earth from global warming. So this is classic compartmentalization, where people do something thinking they're doing something good, when the people in that upper echelon know exactly what they're doing. I remember it starting, because I traveled a lot until very recently. I was constantly traveling the world. And it seems to have started in North America around the late 90s. And everywhere I've traveled in the world, I've seen them. I'm 61 years of age. I was born in 1952. I know what the sky looks like. I've been looking at it all my life. And it didn't look like that until the late 90s.
But they say there is just more plane traffic because of globalization. Everybody are traveling.
Yeah, that's what they say, but there's a point to that. First of all, contrails disappear because they're condensation trails. Hello? Condensation? Chemtrails do not go away. They stay there and they expand and they expand. Is there a new form of travel? I don't know, but I've watched it many times. I've sat, for instance, 1 week in Arizona, not far from Phoenix. And Arizona skies, they're overwhelmingly blue and all the rest of it. And I've sat there for probably 4 or 5 days and I watched the same thing happening. I watched a clear blue sky that I got up to. Then I sat and watched planes crisscrossing the sky until it was like, a crisscross board with chemtrails. And then I watched them slowly come out and expand until the clear blue sky was a cloudy day, and I saw that for nearly a week, every day. I've seen it in other parts of the world. Other people have seen it. I've been in South Africa near the Kalahari Desert and seen it. It's part of the geoengineering of the atmosphere. That's one level of it. And, the one thing you learn when you research this stuff for any length of time, it's very rare that things happen for one reason. There's usually multiple reasons for the same thing. One of the things is to poison the population. You've got things like aluminium in these chemtrails. Aluminium's fundamentally connected to Alzheimer's disease and things like this. You've got Morgellons disease, where people are finding these fibers coming out of their bodies. The start of that corresponds with chemtrails. And it also corresponds with something I'm absolutely convinced about and have been for a long time. There's nanotechnology in the chemtrails. The nanotechnology, well beyond human sight, is coming down. And what is it doing when it comes down? Yes, it's being breathed in by humans, but it's also landing on the water sources. It's landing on the crops. It's landing on the soil. It's landing on the trees. And I think, one of the great acidification of the natural environment, which is speeding up, is coming from this stuff. This goes deeper here, but I'm absolutely convinced that the chemtrail thing is involved in it, with the aluminium and the barium and the other the metals and stuff. One of the major things that they wish to do, and they're doing it now, it's to create a sub-reality within the level of the atmosphere that we live in. And by that I mean a matrix within the matrix, if you like. Because, if I learned in 1991, first of all through Betty Shine and since through other sources, that there was a human awakening coming. Now, if I was becoming aware of that in 1991, how long has this control system known it was coming? And they're defending against it, because as humans awaken, the old control systems and suppressions are not good enough anymore. You need to up the ante. You need to up what you do to keep people asleep. And they are creating this sub-reality, and they're doing it through communication technology. If you look now at the number of communication broadcasting towers there are, and broadcasting systems of many and various kinds, we are living in now, never mind where they want to take it, in a sub-reality that is awash with technological information being broadcast. Again and again you find, when you look at the technology, that it's broadcasting within the frequency of human brain activity. In other words, they're accessing the brain with this information. I remember, again, they tell you, if you know what you're looking for. I was in America some years ago now, quite a few years ago now, and I'm just in the hotel watching this bloody station, and on came this film, this movie, and it was about broadcasting towers being put all over this city, and this guy, this hero in the film, realized that they were talking to each other, and they were creating a unified field which was communicating with humans and feeding them senses of reality. And that kind of stuck in my mind. And you can see now that it's building and building. All the mobile phones and other technology, it's creating this reality. Then you've got the HARP technology in Alaska and elsewhere in the world these days, that is bouncing radio waves, in other words, information, off the ionosphere in the upper atmosphere and then back to Earth. And you put all this together. In America, they've got the Gwen system now, where they've got these towers that are about 200 miles apart, and they're broadcasting in a way that hugs the ground. And if you put all these together, and you thought, well, what would they be communicating, and what would be the power of their ability to communicate if all these were talking to each other? Well, they are. Then you've got the what this is like in Estonia, but it's starting to happen in other parts of the world, America, big time, in Britain, Australia and other places, and that's what they call the smart meters. Now here's a classic. These smart meters are appearing all over the world at the same time. Now what are they doing? They are broadcasting the equivalent of the wireless internet into the home. They are now talking about CIA, the last head of the CIA, Petraeus, was talking about this, an Internet of Things, he called it, where things like fridges and washing machines and products of many and various kinds are microchipped and can communicate information to the smart grid, as they're calling it, generated by the smart meters. Not only can information be taken from the home through the smart meter to a central point, information can come the other way, right? They can turn down your heating from a distance, everybody's, without you having any say in it once these things are in. They're also broadcasting a radiation field into the home and business 24/7, so thus that's part of the cull. But also they will be communicating to your brainwave activity at the same time. It's been admitted that they can, through this system, know how many people are in the home, what rooms they're in, what you eat, when you eat, all these things about you through this smart meter technology. People are becoming ill when they have smart meters fitted, many people, because of the effect of the radiation. Now, then you have the new light bulbs, the green light bulbs that are actually lethal because of mercury, And again, you say, why would they be so stupid as to ban light bulbs that were okay and impose light bulbs that have mercury in them, and if you break them, well, you have to evacuate the building? And why would you do it when the light's rubbish anyway and not a patch on what was before? When anything like that happens, it's not incompetence. It's because it's a major plank of the agenda and they're not going to say no to it. And this is going to sound funny to a lot of people, I don't care because it's true. What these bulbs are transmitters they're information transmitters. There was a famous or infamous situation some years ago now during the Soviet Union, where it was found that the Soviet Union were broadcasting into America something called the woodpecker signal. And it was called a woodpecker signal because it made a kind of a woodpecker sound when when you heard it. And some scientists who I quote in my books, who were specialists in the effect of electromagnetic fields on human thought and emotional behavior, did a study of this whole woodpecker thing. And what they found was happening is the woodpecker signal was locking in to the American electrical grid and broadcasting into homes through the light circuits. It was doing that on an electrical system and a light circuit system that was not purpose-built to do that, and yet they could still do it because you can transmit information via electricity. Piece of cake. The one great level of this universe is electrical. That's why, what's the brain doing all the time? It's working on electrical activity. Electricity communicates information. And now the smart meters and what they call the smart grid, which is the connection of all of them together, eventually worldwide they want it, they say, is purpose-built to deliver information through the light circuitry and the radiation field to the human mind. So all these things, we've come a long way from chemtrails, but we're going back to them because that's background information. All these things come together to create this sub-reality. They are emerging all the time to put people in this mass of mind manipulation and mind suppression based on electromagnetic fields. And like I've said, we on one level are an electromagnetic field, the auric field, some people call it. And you can communicate to people through that electromagnetically. Of course you can, as long as you're on the right frequency. And the chemtrails, in part, are putting stuff in the atmosphere to create an environment which increases the power and effectiveness of the electromagnetic communications. That's why it's all in the lower levels of our atmosphere. So there's multiple levels of them. And we've now got a situation, I mean, this new book, The Perception Deception, I don't have this phrase in Estonia, but we have this phrase in England about when someone's talking about you, you can feel your ears burning, right? All my ears are burning, someone's talking about me. Well, I tell you what, when this book comes out, Bill Gates of Microsoft, his ears will be on fire because he has a foundation called the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation from billions and billions of dollars. And as I've gone through the book, through the various subjects, Bill Gates is everywhere. He's into the manipulation of the way kids are educated, the manipulation of GMO crops into Africa and other places. He's got 500,000 shares in Monsanto. He cares about the planet. He's, of course, massive promoter and funder of vaccinations worldwide, and on it goes. And another area that he's involved in is geoengineering. I mean, you take a pillar of the conspiracy, a pillar facet, and Bill Gates will be in there somewhere. And they're planning, as we're talking, to put sulfur in the atmosphere over America at about 80,000 feet. And as people have said, even environmentalists, who knows what the consequences are? Wait, the people doing it know the consequences. So in all these different ways, the atmosphere is being manipulated and our energetic radiation environment is being manipulated, and chemtrails are absolutely part of that. absolutely part of that. But they're there for many other reasons as well. Like I say, you can see my books are so big. There's so many elements to this. And because there are so many elements to fit together, to see the big picture, that's why the picture's never been seen before. Because it is so big and takes so much uncovering. And needs a wide open sense of the possible to even go there and think that it's possible that this is happening and that's happening.
If we are talking about mind control in such a massive, grandiose level, how is it possible that they allow you to do your work and tell your message? And also, could you tell us what is the story behind Arizona Wilder? Some quite strange articles float around the internet, so would you please explain what all this is about?
In terms of why I'm allowed to do what I do, it's kind of an interesting story because, first of all, there are other forces at work, and not only those that are seeking to suppress, but there are forces at work seeking to bring an end to all this. But you can only be guided by them if you're open to that level of communication. If you are stuck in the five senses alone and you have no sense of a greater awareness, then you're like a radio station trying to contact another radio station. You're not going to contact them. So therefore they're not going to be able to help you. This is why, when people start opening their minds and going with their intuition, their lives start to become synchronistic coincidences that weren't there before. It's because you've tapped into something greater. And that something greater can make sure you're not in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you're in the right place at the right time, just by following your intuition. It's so simple if people only realize to get out of this mind perception control situation. So there's that level of it. But there's also, the fact that the great ridicule that I had for so long was my honeymoon period, really, if you like. It was almost like an insurance, because why was I a threat to anyone when everyone was laughing at me? In fact, I was a good thing, I guess, from their point of view, because, I was saying these things which turned out to be true, but, people were laughing at them. And if he's saying them, it's even more can't be true. So, in that way. And it was almost like it's almost been like a sting. You know, the movie The Sting, where they set up this thing with Robert Redford and stuff, where they set up this fake bookmakers and get this guy into him, do a lot of money, and he thinks he's in a real bookmakers, and he thinks he's in control and all the rest of it, and then he comes back to get his money and there's no bookmakers, it's something else. It's a sting where one person thinks they're in control and then suddenly something else happens. And so for a long time I wasn't a problem to them, and then it switched. Then suddenly people started looking at it in a different way. Now I am a problem to them, but if they did anything to me now, what credibility would they give me? All the books are out there anyway, and it would not be in their interest now to do anything to me. But there's another level of this, which is, I've been saying this for a long time, and people think it's crazy, but it's not. They can't. They can't do anything to me. They can't stop me, because there are other forces at work. If people only realized there are other forces at work. This awakening that people are demonstrably starting to see, it's not coming out of nowhere. It's not just happened by accident. It's happening by design. There is a whole transformation coming here. And one of the things that's happening with the occultic side of it and the conspiracy is they're in a mad panic to try to shut down everything as much as they can to stop this having an effect. That's why you've got this sub-reality they're creating. That's why you've got all the things that are happening in the world to suppress people. This is why you're getting the manipulation of people through food and drink and all the rest of it to affect our means to receive and transmit on an expanded level. It's all designed. It looks on one level as if it's something trying to get more and more power. Well, yes, it is, but not for power's sake, but to hold on to the control it already has. That's what's unfolding. We're watching it. We're watching this tussle happening in the ether, in the energetic level. And so that they can't, because if they could, they would. Because I've reached the point now where I'm going to, you're starting to make serious inroads, and they ain't seen nothing yet. And there are other people all around the world, more and more all the time, who are going in the same direction. So, If they were going to stop this, they'd have stopped it already. Or if they could have stopped it, they'd have stopped it already. So that's one level. But like I say, at this point now, if they did anything, it would just give my work incredible credibility. I'd say they took me out. Well, they can't, but they may say they did. Well, first of all, I'd get tremendous credibility. My work would get tremendous credibility. And all the other people who were doing it would get the credibility from that. It wouldn't be a good thing for them, really. The best thing they can do is to continually to try to get as many people to ignore it, not hear it, or still laugh at it, and try not to give it too much mainstream publicity. So, because when you're saying something and it has validity, and you refuse not to say it, and you refuse to be intimidated into not saying it, you have a power. Anybody who does that has a power which is far greater than they imagine. It's far greater. See, this edifice of power, you'd think it could do that to me anytime it liked, but it can't, because there is a power which appears to be power, which is status and name and money. And then there's the real power, which is energetic power. And it don't wear a uniform, and it don't count its money in trillions as these people do. And it doesn't have an army, but it's still more powerful than they are. It is, because that's where it happens, on an energetic level. If they could stop it, they would have stopped it. But they haven't, because they can't. They can make life a bit more difficult for you here and there and put obstacles in your way, but, just go around them. But actually stopping me, they can't do it. Nor anyone else that is in that power which anyone can be in, which is, this is my truth, and nothing's going to silence me, nothing's going to stop me, nothing's going to intimidate me, nothing's going to frighten me into submission. That power is unstoppable, I tell you. Far more powerful than these guys. These are little boys, little boys, frightened little boys. Just like the playground bully. I had a big experience in my life once, where the playground bully was after me. And he was going to beat me up and all the rest of it. And he'd never beaten anyone up in his life. But the thought of everyone that he would and could made everyone do whatever he said. And I didn't, so he was going to beat me up. So I ended up in this. He came up to me just for the end of school one day. And all his kind of mates, his gang. Why do bullies always have gangs? Because they have no power. And it's the illusion. And he comes up to me and he says, what would I be about? I don't know, 12, 13. And he says, into the toilet, I'm having you. And he expected me to run. And I said, okay, let's go. And the look on his face was, no, that wasn't in the script. Anyway, we go in these bloody school toilets, and his gang's over there, and he's trying to beat me up, right? And it wasn't quite like Neo in the Matrix, because it didn't happen that quick. But he's so slow throwing his punches. I'm doing it that. I never threw a punch. I'm doing that. It must have gone on for 20 minutes. In the end, he threw his bag down, because he's trying to hit me with a bag in the end, which is even easier. He threw his bag down, walked out, stormed out the toilets. His gang follows, because they don't understand the script, what's just happened. The next day, he's coming up to me, hello mate, how are you doing? All right, nice as pie. No more gang, no more playground bully. And all it took was to look him in the eye. We do that to this system. We do that to this conspiracy, this fascism. It will blink, not us, because we have the power. They've just kidded us we don't, and that's why they have the control they do.
But still, what about Arizona Wilder, MK Ultra, and all these statements about you? What's the story behind that?
One of the things that came into my life, because you're in this sequence since Betty Shine, what's been happening is very clearly a subject would come into my life. And then from that moment, this subject and aspects of it and information about it would come in like from all angles. This happened to me with mind control. I came across a lady called Kathy O'Brien, who's an American. And I read her book. Someone sent it me out of the blue. It's called Transformation of America. Transformation, as in transformation. Mind control. She told the story of what happened to her. I'm then invited to speak at this conference in Denver, Arizona, weeks later. And It was the first time I ever spoke on these subjects in America. I don't know how they'd ever heard of me, because I was just in England at the time. Anyway, I went out there, and they had little stalls in this little room next to where you spoke, where people put their books on and stuff. I had a little table here, table next to me, Cathy O'Brien, book I'd just read in England. Someone had sent me out of the blue. And so that was the start of the mind control period of my life, if you like. And from there, I met so many people all around the world who had been through this process of being taken as children into US, British, Australian government mind control projects and turned into, well, basically robots. How it works is this. They do it more technologically now, but this is how it worked until very recently, and still does in many ways. They are looking for children of certain bloodlines, certain genetic lines, because they're looking for genetic lines that have a prevalence for what they call dissociation. That'll make sense in a second. They're looking for people that, put it in the simple terms, who are easiest to mind control. They then take them from their parents, usually with their permission, because a lot of these bloodlines run in satanic secret society lines, bloodlines, families. And they want them before the age of 5 or 6, before the brain's fully formed, because they want to form the brain in a different way. And what they do is they subject these little kids to terrifying trauma. They'll put them in a pit with snakes or spiders. They'll put them in a dark room. They will make them watch animals being sacrificed, humans being sacrificed. Anything that causes tremendous trauma. They'll torture them mercilessly. And what that does is it splits the mind off, because the mind takes the experience, the trauma, and in effect it wants to put a firewall around it so it doesn't keep reliving it. And this is called dissociation. Years ago, these people used to be called, said that they had multiple personality disorder. What they call it more today is dissociative identity disorder. And so what they do is they create these honeycomb compartments in the mind, and they call them alters in the mind control trade, as in altered reality, alters. They then, once they've created these compartments through trauma, they then program these compartments with different personalities that suit what they want them to do. And the one that they create, what they call the front alter, they call it, that is the compartment of the mind that in the normal course of events will be perceived as them and their personality, and what they perceive themselves to be and their personality. But behind that front altar is this honeycomb of bubbles or compartments. They then, through hypnotic keys and other triggers, they are able, when the trigger's given, to move the front altar to the back of the mind and bring forward one of these programmed compartments, which then becomes that person's personality. A lot of the children that are sexually abused by famous people, politicians, people like Father George Bush, I've been naming him for decades for this, he's unbelievable. Anyway, what they'll do is they'll have the child with the front altar, they'll bring a back altar forward, they will abuse the child horrendously. I've spoken to so many of them. They will then push that which has experienced that back into the mind. The front altar comes forward. The front altar has not experienced it. It doesn't know it's happened. And I have sat in a therapist's room in London, and I've watched a girl, well, she's a woman by then, 28-ish. I've watched her be everything from a baby to a frightened little child to a vicious satanic witch in 40 minutes, and a few others, purely by the therapist giving the trigger words or trigger phrase which she has gleaned over months and months and months of work with her to glean what the triggers are. And the woman herself, lovely lady, front altar, lovely lady. You bring the back altars, little baby. Just as a child, she was a baby. You know, if you didn't know, if you weren't looking, you'd say there was a baby in the room. Right through to this satanic witch, just by switching altars. And what happens, particularly, you know, when they get to 30s and 40s, is often the mind reaches a point of strength where the altars start to break down. And what happens, and my goodness me, how many people like this have I talked to around the world? The contents and memories of the back altars start flooding into the front altar. And they remember, because trauma concentrates the mind, in photographic detail what's happened to them. And again and again, the same names come up, the same techniques come up, the same locations come up for where it's happened. And it's happening all over the world. And they use them for abuse, and they also use them as messengers. One of the things that Kathy O'Brien was used for was that they would put a message into an altar. Then they'd go to another country, and the person on the other end would have the trigger to open that altar, and then out would come the message. That's what we're looking at in terms of the way this thing works. Because they want as little as possible on paper, obviously, because someone might read it. So this is a good way of communicating information. And it was Kathy O'Brien, when I was starting to come across this phenomena of people shifting, what they call shape-shifting or transforming into reptilian figures, which I came across in America about 1996, and suddenly I was coming across it all over the place. But she told me, and this is interesting because she didn't think it was real. She thought it was part of her mind control manipulation. But she told me stories which absolutely mirrored what all these other people have told me, that were saying that what they saw was real, that they saw people famous, not always famous people, but often, change into reptilian figures and then back again, which is perfectly explainable, by the way. It's only crazy if you think the world is solid. And she said that she had been with George Bush, who she was used by a lot, Father George Bush, and he told her that they were an alien race from what he called, a quote, a deep space place, and they were running the world, but no one realized because they looked human. And she said, as he was telling me this, not his body, but his face turned into a reptile. Now, she thought someone was manipulating her mind, but that just absolutely mirrored what all these other people around the world were telling me. He was saying, no, it's literal. There was someone else I met in America whose real name was Jennifer Green, but she was operating under the name of Arizona Wilder by that time. And like Kathy O'Brien, she was blonde-haired and blue-eyed. In fact, she had dyed her hair to get away from the blonde by then, because the mind control project they were caught up in was known as MK Ultra, which came to light publicly in the 1970s. And MK stood for mind control, but they used the German spelling because of all the Nazis that had come out of Germany after the war, including Joseph Mengele, the angel of death in the concentration camps, to continue their work in mind control and genetics in America. And also Werner von Braun and people like that set up NASA. The Nazis set up NASA, Nazi. Anyway, Jennifer Green, Arizona Wilder as she became, was like blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and that seems to be a genetics that they particularly target, because within MK Ultra was a sub-elite project called Project Monarch, named after the monarch butterfly. And there's lots of Project Monarch people, particularly in the entertainment industry. You'll see so many pictures of people in the entertainment industry, particularly in America, with butterflies featured. This is Project Monarch, which people that know can read, but the vast majority of people, it's just a butterfly. This has also been a theme, funnily enough, of this obsession these bloodlines have with blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, because there's something in their genetics that they want. Anyway, Jennifer Green, Arizona Wilder, says that she was selected because of her bloodline, and she was brought forward and developed to be a conductor of rituals, satanic rituals for these people. Because what happens with satanic rituals is you've got the archontic realm, which is very close to this one. And it's funny because when the German neurosurgeon, Ibn Alexander, had his near-death experience and he went into this dark, death-like realm, which I would say was the archontic realm, he talked about chanting and rhythmic drumming like some kind of ritual was going on. And when the Satanists are doing their rituals in our reality, they're mirrored in the archontic reality. And what this does is it creates a energetic gateway through which these entities can come. Arizona Wilder has told me a number of stories, as have other former Satanists, of seeing these entities of various kinds, reptilian often, but other kinds too, just manifest in these rituals. And it's like everything is energy. And if you could see the holographic world on an energetic level, then you'd be very surprised at what you saw. And so when you see symbols, we see a symbol. It's just a symbol. It just looks like a shape. But actually it represents an energetic field. And she was saying that the inverted pentagram within the circle, if you see it on an energetic level, it actually creates an energetic field, which these entities come into but can't get out of, because one of the things she was pointing out is they do these satanic rituals, but they're as terrified as these entities. They want to interact with them, but they're as terrified of them as anybody else. And it's because the ritual happening here is being mirrored in the archontic realm that this channel, this energetic, basically what they're doing, you see, is they're creating the same vibration. And once it's like, lock gates where you open, you get the water to the same level and then you open the locks and you can go through. Same thing energetically, really. So they get it to the same level and they basically become the same energy field and down they come. And they're feeding off the people being sacrificed and all the rest of it. And she told me in detail how she's conducted those kind of rituals for the British royal family. How she's seen people like the former Queen Mother died at the age of 102, sacrificing people and the Queen and all the rest of it, and how she's seen them during the rituals shift into a reptilian form. Because what you've got with the hybrids is two energetic fields. One is the human form hologram, and the other one's in this case, the reptilian hologram. And depending what codes of the DNA are open, depends what field is projected. During these rituals, the DNA can shift and the other one comes up. Another thing that has been a common theme over the years is people have seen this shift take place when the person has got really, really emotionally angry and absolutely furious. Because when you get furious, you can feel like an electrical charge going through you. Well, that electrical charge, if it's powerful enough, can shift these DNA codes and you start projecting what is in fact the real self as opposed to the projected self, which appears human. And when that happens, the observer sees a physical shift. The thing about shape-shifting, one of the things that makes people kind of laugh at what I do, and when I talk about this stuff, they say you can't shift from a physical thing to a physical thing. Well, funnily enough, I agree with you. You can't, but that's not what's happening. We are decoding vibrational waveform information into electrical, digital, and holographic form. What's happening with a shapeshift, it's not a physical shift because there is no physical. It's an energetic shift in what you're observing. So, you're reading the human field, you're seeing a human. There is a shift and the reptilian field becomes the dominant one. You're now reading that. To the observer, someone's moved from a physical human to a physical reptile. They haven't. It's all going on in here as you decode two energy fields. And it was clear from talking to people like Arizona Wilder and again, whoever you talk to, the same things come up. The Rothschilds are involved. And things that Kathy O'Brien told me, Arizona Wilder told me, people in Britain have told me the same things. This is why, I talk about the power of the information is the totality of it. Because, you meet so many people all over the world of different ages, different races, different walks of life, and they say the same thing. They describe the same experiences. And you've got to be an idiot to walk away from that and say it's a nonsense when there's far more evidence for it being true than for it not being true. And the common themes that you get from these victims of the government mind control projects is extraordinary. Even in fine detail, they're telling you how it's done and what was done and why. And again, the common theme that this conspiracy is real, and it's not a theory, it's real.
There are some interesting ideas or speculations that Moon and Saturn are artificial, and sometimes it's also speculated that the moon of Mars, Phobos, might be empty inside. Do you know what's going on with all these objects in our solar system?
I don't think Saturn is artificial. I think Saturn's rings are artificial. Again, you have to suspend preconceived idea, and you have to suspend belief and let information come in. There was a man who years ago, he's in his 90s now, Norman Berggren, who worked and ran his own businesses in the areas of science, technology, space, aerospace. And he was a regular kind of, science guy. And then pictures started coming back from the first probe to Saturn, would have been in the 1980s. And it changed his life because he saw in the pictures what he called electromagnetic vehicles of the most enormous size that were making the rings. As he wrote a book called Ring Makers of Saturn, in which he was pointing out that although science says the rings of Saturn are not as old as Saturn, and they might only be 100 million years old, he said, I was watching on the pictures the rings being made and changed in 5 minutes. And I put some of the pictures in the new book, and you can see some of them on the internet, where these vehicles are pouring material into the rings. And these electromagnetic vehicles, they've been photographed very, very clearly. And they are the result of pictures taken by NASA craft. So why have they not been published through official channels? Because they're amazing. And when the next Saturn probe arrived about 2004, started sending back pictures, he studied those and realized that there were very, very significant changes in the rings since the last lot. They also found something else on Saturn when they compared the two lots of pictures. And that was that at the southern pole of Saturn was a permanent storm that looked just like an eye. Massive storm in terms of size. At the northern end of Saturn was a storm shown by both sets of pictures decades apart, thus it's at least semi-permanent, which was a hexagon, six-sided. Clear as day, a hexagon storm, which just repeated itself. And so you say, what could have caused that? And I've gone into the evidence in detail in the new book. And it's clear as day to me that what's causing the storms is what's causing the rings. Sound. They're a sound system. And one of the things that the Cassini craft, the second craft, the Voyager craft were the first ones to Saturn, the Cassini craft did was record the sound of Saturn's rings, which, you can hear on the internet, YouTube. And if you ever want to hear the sound of Satanism, well, it's the sound of Saturn's rings. They also produced a picture, NASA, in 2009, of another ring millions of miles out from Saturn, which they say they'd not seen before. And the ring is so big, it could hold 1 billion Earths. And putting all the evidence together, like I say, I have in great detail, Saturn is broadcasting the fake reality. It's a sound system. Funnily enough, while I was writing this book, a sound engineer, professional sound engineer, sent me a picture of Saturn's rings taken at a certain angle where it was all like that. And he said, look, mate, and he didn't even know I was researching this. And he said, look, mate, I see this in my studio every day. This is sound. And again, you know, when things happen in my life since Betty Shine, you start to learn you're being shown things most of the time. Therefore, you've got to be kind of aware and alert. And about 2010, 2011, I was talking in New York, and a guy over there who runs an organization called We Are Change, Luke Rutkowski, he showed me around Ground Zero and places like that. And he said, I've got something to show you. So we go down into the tube station, as we would call it in England, the subway station, train station, which was the station for Ground Zero, the former Twin Towers. And what's interesting is down the platform walls are all eyes, because the eye, the all-seeing eye, is a classic symbol of this conspiracy, which uses symbolism as its own language. So there's eyes all down this thing. It's a very sinister feeling place. Anyway, no, I want to show you this. So we go further down the platform, and on the floor is this enormous painting of a map of the Earth, and in the middle of it is an eye, and going out from the eye is like a broadcasting transmitter waves, just like Saturn's rings. And I was with a friend of mine, Neil Haig, who does the illustrations for my books, and we looked at each other and said, Saturn, isn't it? And interestingly, for a long time, they you know, hundreds of years ago and before, they used to symbolize Saturn as an eye. There's so many symbols of Saturn, they're all around us, it's unbelievable. And if you go on the internet, and you'll see people talking about all the Saturn symbolism, but what they don't say is the key thing. Why? Why is Saturn symbolism everywhere? But it is, and the reason it is, and the reason that the secret societies are Saturnic, is because that's where this whole deal is coming from, at least on one level. Again, keep your mind open, it might go further, but certainly on one level it's coming from Saturn. And there's a fantastic book written by a guy called David Tolbert, who years ago spent years and years looking at the symbolism, ancient symbolism of Saturn, and what he came up with and why. Fascinating stuff. Just showed you that symbolism of Saturn is all around us, absolutely into everything. And interestingly, one of the symbols of Saturn is the beard. There's reasons I explain in the book. It's the beard. Now you look at religions, beards everywhere, different religions, beards. Now, this is interesting. Where did this beard thing come from in terms of Saturn? It came from a Greek god called Kronos, and Kronos was the Greek god of Saturn. He was depicted with a white beard, holding a scythe, relating to Saturn's role as the god of agriculture. And they also had Kronos holding the symbol of time, the hourglass, because Saturn dictates time, because it's projecting the information that we decode into the illusion of time. And the scythe takes us to the Grim Reaper, which is another Saturn symbolism, death, because Saturn, astrologically, in other words, energetically, is the planet related to death. The archons are related to death. Death is everything. That's why you find them in any situation relating to death. Then we find the symbol of old father time. Beard, old man, Kronos. That's Saturn again. And even down to the Matrix movie, where you had the architect relating to the grand architect of the universe of Freemasonry, guy with a beard. It's Kronos. And so when you go really deeply into it, as I have in this book, you find Saturn symbolism everywhere, in every area of society. Everything down to the black robes that the judge wears, the hammer that he hits, the square hat, the mortarboard in education, everywhere. And the compasses of Freemasonry with the G, that comes from Saturn. ways that I explain. So the question is why? No one's ever answered that question. Why Saturn symbolism is everywhere? I think I've answered the question. The matrix comes from Saturn, and they're sound waves. And, we see the Saturn rings because of what these electromagnetic vehicles, whatever it is, it seems to be a form of crystal. Again, crystal. See, what mainstream science says is the rings are full of ice. What I say is they form another form of crystal, maybe a form of crystal we'd never seen before. But crystals relate to what? Broadcasting information, receiver transmissions. And we see the rings of Saturn coming out to a certain point because of what's in them. If that stuff wasn't in them, we wouldn't see rings, but they'd still be there because there'd be sound rings. Unless sound vibrates something and changes something so you can see it's vibrating, you don't see sound, do you? But it's there. But because they're putting this stuff into the rings, suddenly you can see them. What you're seeing is a sound system. But they don't end at the point where you can see them. They go out and out and out. And we are picking them up through our receiver transmission genetics, which has been manipulated to tune into them. The moon is an amplifier of that. So we get it big time. And when you read the Gnostic accounts found in Egypt in 1945, they talk about the demiurge Archon connection to Saturn, and how you go, Saturn is basically the outer rim of the fake reality.
Are harp and pine cap in Australia somehow related to that?
Well, what harp's doing is broadcasting sound waves, radiation waves. See, this is the point. Because people think the world is solid and think this is the world and the only level of it, the level at which it's all going on, they don't even know exists. They'll laugh at it. If you are a television, what happens on your screen does not happen in the realm of your screen. That's just the end of it. It happens because what has been decoded onto the screen. Now, once you realize that we are decoding information onto this screen in our heads or our genetic structure that we perceive as this world, anything that can access that receiver system can manifest itself onto the screen. I can put BBC One on there, and it's manifesting BBC One because that's what it's decoding. But if I flick it to BBC Two, a completely new reality suddenly appears on the same screen because it's now decoding a different source. What has happened to humans is the source of information before was the universe or the reality as it was meant to be, and suddenly it was switched to a fake reality that hacked into our receiver processes, decoding processes. And if Saturn was switched off, we'd see a different reality.
How can we switch it off?
Well, we can't. What we can do is switch ourselves off from it.
How?
Instead of, the information changing, the television moves to another source of information. We've got to get out of the five senses. We've got to get out of preconceived idea, all of which hold us in this fake reality. See, what's happening all the time, you look at society, and it's focusing us all the time. Smell it, watch it, feel it, all the rest of it. It's five senses all the time, all geared to pull us into that. And while we're there, Saturn rules okay. Once you start, this is what happens. As you start to expand your awareness out of the five senses, and you start to perceive yourself as consciousness having an experience, not long after you have expanded your awareness out of the five senses, you're beyond that which is being broadcast. You're beyond it. You're still seeing the same world because your body is still decoding through the five senses. That's what we do in this reality. But in your perception, you're beyond the matrix. So suddenly, although you're seeing the same world, quote physically, your perception of it has changed. However, if you remain almost entirely in the five senses, you're not only perceiving the world that the five senses is decoding, your perception of everything is also still within the matrix. Thus, you've got nothing to compare this with. So this has to be real. What happens here has to be true. What you're told has to be true. And so this has got to happen. And to do that, religion's got to go, because that's just a belief system prison. Our obsession with scientists know best has got to go, because that's a belief system prison. What teachers and professors tell us has got to go. What scientists tell us has got to go. And when I say got to go, I mean it's not accepted as true just because they say it. Like I say, all these things are layers of belief that are holding us here. And it's easier now because more and more people are waking up. But, you know, it can be a challenge when you start to do that, because you start to perceive the world differently from almost everyone else. And almost everyone else says you're crazy. But I tell you, if you keep going, no matter what they say about you, you know, it's not long before you're bloody glad you did, because it's much nicer to view the world through this filter and see things rather than be caught in it, believing it's all real.
Is there a reason why during this interview you have used the expression archons rather than reptiles?
Well, the reason is this. See, when I've been talking about the reptilians over the years and writing about them, I've said many times, but that's not where it ends. There's something beyond them. And these entities in their base form do not have form. They are energy, but they take form. And so I talk about them in reptilian form when they take reptilian form. But if you're talking about the total of the force, you have to go back to the base form, which is energy, awareness, consciousness. And, you know, you can call it many names because around the world they give many names to it. But just Archon had a ring to it for me. And also, you know, the writings of the Gnostics found in Egypt, they, I think, were the most, the ones that got closest to it, really. And like I said earlier, the way that they describe this force took a reptilian or what we would call a grey alien expression, and they said this in the early part of, you know, AD. Well, that was astonishing for me. So I think Archon's a good name, but they do mostly take a reptilian form when they're seen in form.
What about greys? One might get an impression that quite a lot of people have seen them or met them or even being abducted by them.
Yeah, but it's interesting with the greys because people often describe them as almost like robotic, computer-like beings. Well, that's the Archons. Funnily enough, I've got a great friend in South Africa called Credo Mutwa, who's an incredible man. He's in his 90s now. And when I published the first book I wrote, The Biggest Secret, in the late 90s, about 97, 98, the first time I mentioned the reptilians. And I was talking in South Africa at the time, and I got contact from him. This is just after it came out, actually. And he said, I've got to talk to you because I want to know how you know about the Chitahuri. Well, I didn't. Who's the Chitahuri? Oh, that's the Zulu name for the reptilians. And he talked to me at length about the Chitahuri and the stories, and it was straight out of what I was told in America and Britain and other places about what I call the reptilians. And like I say, when you go anywhere in the world, the same things keep coming up. And the way he described the Chitahuri was the way others describe these entities in other cultures. We're looking at a universal force under different names, and what's caught people out is they see different names and they think they're talking about different things, and they see different deities or different names for deities and they think they're talking about different things, when actually the deities are just different names to symbolize or personify this same force, whichever you look, wherever you look. And once that penny drops, the mass of names and terms just gets simplified, and you see through the dross and the complexity to a fact that it's very, very simple. You know, there'll be things that words that Estonians have for something that Britons will have another word for, but it's the same thing. That's what's happening with these gods and deities all over the world.
Before we get to the final questionnaire at the end of the show, a couple of questions which answers could inspire our listeners. Are you happy? How do you rejuvenate yourself? And how do you keep yourself sane, your mind calm and peaceful? Do you meditate? Do you do any practices like that? Because in all this massive amount of quite dramatically sounding information, one might get lost and confused. How do you maintain your peace of mind, and from where do you get all this energy to do this? And also how not to get carried away by fear, which is very easy to happen.
Funnily enough, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I can move from talking about Saturn's rings to how Manchester United are going to do tonight just seamlessly, because they're just different aspects of life, really. I reached a point where I didn't see my life as a life like most other people see it. I saw it as a job. I treat it as if I've come to work, and then when it's done, I'll go home. I don't see this as home, you see. Well, everywhere's home when you're infinite awareness, but I mean, it's not my prime point of attention, because that's basically what we are. We're a point of attention. We're infinite awareness, and our point of attention comes into this world, and we give it a name like David Icke or Fred Bloggs, but it's just a point of attention. So I don't see this as my life. I see it as a job. And as a result of that, I don't need all the other things that people think you should have to have a balanced life. Because what do you mean balanced life? Balanced on what level? You see, I have a balanced life. I have a balanced infinity, because this is just a job for a short time. So I am able, from that perspective, to pretty much work most of the time. I've got my family. I've got 2 great grandchildren, and my own children and the family, and that's very important to me. But apart from the family, I work, and I don't meditate, but I daydream most of the time, which I guess is a form of meditation. I say to people, I'm not in this world very much, and I'm not. You know, in terms of my point of attention, I'm somewhere else most of the time, and then I bring my point of attention here when I need to. It's like when I'm writing a book, at the end of the day, I can be absolutely wiped out, because it's almost like you've been channeling all day. But what I've been doing is been sitting in an electromagnetic field, which has been communicating things, and I get insights. And we say we've just got this insight. Well, where's the insight come from? It just manifests out of nowhere. No, it doesn't. So it's a funny life, but then again, it's a very normal life, really, to me. I get up in the morning about 6 o'clock, I start work, and I usually go on into the evening when America's day starts, and then I go to bed, and then I get up and do it again. And if I didn't see this as a job, that this was coming to work, then I would probably get very irritated about that, because where's my social life? Where's this? I should have this, I should have that. Well, the greater expansion of what we call time, my social life is somewhere else. I'm just working now because there's a job to do. That's the way I see it. And because I'm coming from that perspective that I'm infinite awareness having an experience, then the worst thing that can happen to me is that someone ceases this biological computer to operate, and my awareness goes somewhere else from here. Now, I mean, I can't get terrified about that, much as I may try. So there's nothing to be frightened about. I think if I have one concern, it's leaving here before I've done the most that I could do. That's the one concern. But apart from that, I just do it. I can't say this was always true. It wasn't. During the 1990s, they have this secondary traumatic stress syndrome, where you get traumatic stress from other people's traumatic stress. Well, when I was working a lot over a long period of time with victims of mind control and torture and stuff. I picked it up, no question about it. But these days, I can deal with this information but be one step back from it, because you're got a much clearer mind when you do that than when you get angry and incensed. You don't think quite so straight. So it's just experience, I guess. But no, I don't have any problem with it, because to me, after 25 years, it's the most natural thing in the world, because I've done it for so long. We'll keep doing it. What I want to do is do it more effectively, to get to more and more people. And the environment is changing to make that possible now, which is good.
Do you have a message for kindred spirits, like-minded people, people who think about the world in the same way and who perceive this possibility of our reality in the same way like you do?
Well, I would say live what you are, not what you're told to be. Because most people live their lives behind a mask. The mask is rarely who they are. It's who they think is acceptable to the society they live in. And this is why the fear or concern of what other people think is such a prison. Because most people out there are not living their life, they're living someone else's version of what they should be. Because, I said years ago, right at the start of this really, people laugh at sheep following the one in front, but humans about sheep the sheep. We don't even need a sheepdog. We keep ourselves in line, right? Oh, he's different. And it starts at school. Little kids. The little kid is different, he gets the treatment. But, if you're not different, then what are you doing? There's billions of us, and we've all got to be the same. Are you kidding? And a lot of people think that when you talk about oneness and everything being one, you're saying that everyone is the same. So it's like, I'm oneness, yeah, and I'm oneness, and I'm oneness, and I'm oneness, and we're all the same. No, it's not like that. What is oneness? It is all possibility. Thus, expressing uniqueness, living uniqueness, is celebrating the unity of everything. You look at the world, what are you looking at? A world that doesn't realize it's all part of the same whole. You're looking at extraordinary levels of uniformity. Oh, we're all individuals. Yeah, we're all individuals. Remember that scene from Life of Brian? This is the thing. Celebrate your uniqueness, because in doing so, you will disconnect from the herd mentality immediately. Because they're not doing that. They're celebrating their uniformity. I even see New Agers. New Agers are saying, you're unique. And I'm thinking, well, why can I spot a New Ager from 100 yards by what they're wearing? Right? Everyone seems to have a uniform they want to wear because they want to feel that, they're part of something. Well, the greatest thing we're part of is infinite awareness, all possibility. That's the level that we're all one. But within that is all possibility. Means it's not even possible to imagine the scale of diversity that is possible within all possibility. And so express it. And if people don't like it because they want you to conform, they can do the other thing then. Oh, your mother's very, very disappointed in you. You're going walking in India and she wanted you to work in a bank. And the old guilt thing, my mother wants to work in a bank, she should work in a bank. I'm walking in India, right? And if people who are trying to suppress you and make you feel guilty, in other words, make you conform to their desires of what you should be, well, what are you interested in being with them anyway, or listening to what they say? They haven't got any respect for you. The respect for another human being is to respect their right to be. I have a simple philosophy. You wouldn't need any laws if people kept to this. Do what you like, so long as you don't impose it on anyone else. End of story. That's it. If Henry Kissinger wants to sacrifice George Bush, and George Bush is very happy with it, I say get on with it. Just do it quietly. Because when you leave the body, you'll realize what a pair of prats you've both been, and you might actually become a greater expression of awareness. But when you're trying to sacrifice someone who doesn't want to be, then I'm bloody interested. And you know, people say, well, that's anarchy. Well, it's not anarchy, it's the opposite of anarchy, actually. So, well, what about murder? Well, I think murder is imposing your will upon others, isn't it? Abusing a child is imposing your will upon others, isn't it? Destroying the environment, that's imposing your will on others, isn't it? So, do what you like, so long as you don't impose it on others. It's simple philosophy. No laws necessary if we stuck to it. You know, the reason we live in the world that we do is the level of consciousness in the world that we live in. If you lived in a world of expansive consciousness, you wouldn't need a law that says you must not murder, not even in the 10 Commandments, because no one would even think of it. They have too much respect for other people. You wouldn't need laws that say you can't damage the environment, because you wouldn't dream of it. You wouldn't need a law, you know, saying that, you know, you can't do this, you can't defraud people, you can't do all these other things, because no one would ever think about it. That's the difference between a conscious society and an unconscious society. And the more laws that you have, the more unconscious the society is. A, because it perceives it needs the laws, and B, because it's so unconscious that it accepts the laws in the first place. We live in an unconscious society. That's how we got into this mess. But it's becoming more conscious, and that's how we get out of it.
At the end of every show, I have a small questionnaire where I ask the same 5 questions from every guest. So please be kind and answer to these. First question is, what is the meaning of life?
Living. Life is everything. What is life? Life is a perception that you are alive. It has no meaning, just is.
What are you hoping from tomorrow? To where and how shall we go from here?
I am going to spend the rest of my short time here. When I say short time, I don't mean I'm going to die tomorrow. I mean it's a short time anyway, overall. Doing whatever I can to put information in front of people that they can see that the version of everything that they've been given isn't the only possibility. And then they decide. The outcome will take care of itself.
What should a person do or know to be happy? What's the formula of happiness?
Well, interestingly, the further you go from the perception that you are infinite awareness, the more reasons there are to be unhappy. Because suddenly there are things that others seem to have that you don't have. There's things you want you can't get. There's things that happen that you don't like. And they're all experiences. And the more you add the experiences, the more reasons there are to be unhappy. And most unhappiness is comparison. So a lot of people think they're happy when they're actually less unhappy than they used to be. Happiness is just a comparison with unhappiness. Just another form of unhappiness, but not quite so bad as it used to be. But when you get into this state, which I've been a few times and it's been brief and gone, of complete awareness of self and complete connection to everything, the word happiness is irrelevant. There's nothing that happiness can describe even close to what that state of being is. It just is, everything just is. We all just are. Everything else is detail.
If you are appointed to an assignment to greet aliens from the space in the name of humankind, what would you say to them?
Bugger off and leave us alone. Depends who they were. But whoever they are, whatever they look like, they're still me, they're still you, they're still all of us. It's all an illusion. Greys, archons, humans, it's all an illusion. All an illusion of form. That's where it goes wrong, really. It can be fun, though.
What do you recommend for listeners to investigate for some more? Besides checking your website, www.davidicke.com, what else do you recommend for the people who are interested in these topics?
Remember who you are. It's the name of a book that I wrote, but I'm not saying buy the book. I'm saying remember who you are. Everything comes from that. Everything. Without it, we are becoming more aware of the problem, but there'll never be a solution. We've got to remember who we are. You know, if you are a Christian patriot talking about the conspiracy while hurling abuse at Muslims or people that are not of your belief system, well, you might know about the conspiracy, but you ain't going to stop it because you're part of it. So everything comes from here. This heart center is that which connects us out there. People talk about the third eye. Yes, on one level, that's almost a mental connection. This is the real connection here. You know, if you're faced with a situation, if you just keep saying, what would my heart say? Not what will my emotions say, because that's where most of, reaction comes from to a situation. Emotion, what would my heart say? And everything will change. You know, what would my heart do? What would infinite awareness do? What would the dazzling darkness do in this situation? It wouldn't be what most of us do because of the programming of this world. And, you know, if we're going to deprogram from its control of our perception, we have to stop doing what it wants us to do. It's ever so simple, you know. If you're being programmed to do this and you do it, then the program's got you. But if you don't do this, the program's not got you. You're out of the program because you're not doing it what it wants. It all starts and ends here with the self. You know, we can point out there, it's him, but in the end it's us. A few people can't control 7 billion unless the 7 billion cooperate with it. So stop blaming other people. Expose them so we know what's going on, yeah, but don't hand out the blame because we're responsible for it, therefore we can change it. Remember who you are, it's the only way out of here. It always was and ever will be.